All right. Good morning, Council Member Bonds. Good to see you. Good morning again, the council members that are here. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Dion Reeder. I am the CEO of DTR Enterprises and the co-owner and operator of Dion's Good Food. I actually own a bar and a restaurant that's located in Sycamore and Oak Retail Village at St. Elizabeth Campus in Congress Heights. I'm also a proud member of the Destination DC DEI business cohort. In a very short time span, this experience has opened up doors, shifted my perspective, and directly helped propel my business forward. Owning and operating a food business with razor thin profit margins is something you do because you love it on some days, or you're a glutton for punishment on others. There are moments when I genuinely question why I remain in this industry, yet from January until now, my engagement with Destination DC has reignited my passion and strengthened my strategies. During my very first introduction with Elliot Ferguson, he gave me advice that immediately reframed how I speak about my business and my community. He told me to stop saying Ward 8 or East of the River as identifiers. Instead, he encouraged me to speak about the robust, beautiful neighborhoods that hold my business. Congress Heights, which is rich history, emerging food culture. He reminded me that when visitors come to Washington, D.C., they want to experience authentic neighborhoods, authentic foods that reflect the soul of the city. What was most powerful was that that wasn't just advice, it was the action that followed. Elliot did not just simply offer encouragement, he mobilized his team. Within the last 60 days, they've actually contacted me more times than I have to contact them back. I've met with multiple divisions from the tourism department to conventions, all focusing on highlighting my business and driving in tourism and traffic to Congress Heights. That level of responsiveness is honestly what struggling businesses need. We can't afford to wait for the next opportunity, for the next big grant, for the next big stadium to come. We need action now. And that's what Destination DC provides. Exactly that. Pathways, creating pathways for customers and conventions and tour operators that many homegrown businesses would never get an opportunity to reach. They sent them my way. Through the DI cohort, I now have access to tour guide rosters, convention space rosters, opportunities that positions my business not just to survive, but to scale. That access matters. It means more with more customers walking through the doors. It means more local residents employed, which is so important to me, council member. It means more revenue circulating in communities like Congress Heights where we need it. Destination DC is not just a tourism organization, it's an economic engine and a bridge for small businesses, local businesses to participate in the city's fullest growth. It's a destination for DC businesses themselves, a necessary stop on the journey towards stabilization and long term success. I urge you to continue supporting and funding Destination DC so that small businesses like mine can grow, expand, and remain anchors in communities that we serve in a place that I call home. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And I want to hear about the waffles. She, we'll talk about that. Okay. Then they're not to this venue, but
The red velvet waffles.
yes,
Thanks.
extraordinary. Now we'll hear from
All right, Councilmember Bonds, it's great to see you again. Thank you for your time today. I am Jeff Miller. I am the founder of DC Cycling Concierge. I'm a private bicycle tour company, and I started 10 years ago, so entering my 10th year here. My business really focuses on personalized experiences to explore, learn, and return to our beautiful city. Um, my business is very small. I am the only employee, but I do have several contractors to help out when I have a busy season, like the next month or two during cherry blossoms. And we're all very passionate about sharing our love of this great city and doing it in a very sustainable and healthy way, getting folks around the city without impacting traffic and all that. As a small business, Destination DC has become an incredibly important partner for me for several reasons. Networking for data, data that helps me understand the landscape, trends, emerging technologies, training, and business development and partnerships. there are many networking events that we get to go to, so I get to meet some of these wonderful people and other folks, get to learn from some of their best practices and so forth. And this all helps not only build community, but it helps us all be more effective and grow revenue. I recently was at a training in January, got to find out a brand new tour company that's just landed in DC called City Fit Tours. And they offer conventions and conference attendees a chance to go out for a healthy run or walk or yoga. So we naturally saw where we could partner together because they're not going to touch the bike scene, but they're happy to bring me in, and it just helps add their offering. So these sorts of partnerships really allow us to serve group businesses as well, which are important drivers for hotel room nights, restaurant covers, and local spending. Destination DC shares a lot of important data, which helps me understand the landscape a lot better, understand some of the opportunities, particularly with international travel aspects that I would be completely blind to otherwise. Also focusing on big events. There's so much happening with America 250 and keeping track of it all. Having a knowledgeable source that helps keep this all online is really essential. All this really allows small businesses like mine to prepare and maximize potential revenue. To stay on top of industry trends and technology, for businesses like ours, TripAdvisor and Google Maps are hugely important. And I've been able to take trainings that I've learned so much more than I would by just watching YouTube videos or even having side conversations. And I also want to highlight that, this is research, technology, marketing stuff. I am the researcher. I am the technology person for my business. I have too many hats to wear. It's obviously worn all my hair away. And so having this real deep expertise is something that's really, really helpful to me. And I've been able to implement many takeaways and grow my business. I learned recently, for instance, in trying to have discussions with AI, how people might find my business better and what I can do to prepare there. And one of the first things that ChatGPT came back and told me was like, well, you have a great website, you have great reviews, you're a member of Destination DC, you're highlighting their site, that validates, verifies, and will boost you dramatically. So that's really important to me. And I didn't include this in my written testimony, but I also want to just highlight the important work the Destination DC does to highlight Washington, DC as a sustainable city. That is really important in how conferences looking years ahead, despite some of the political shenanigans that are going on. We all know we love this planet. We love our city. We want to continue to be here for generations. And I feel proud to be part of that sustainability picture, but I'm really proud that our destination marketing organization does such a fabulous job on that. So in closing, the bottom line is Destination DC exposes me to opportunities I can't get anywhere else, and has helped me grow my business. My membership is incredibly valuable to me, but I know it only covers a very small fraction of the operating costs for an organization like Destination DC. I do benefit from these relationships, trainings, and tools. And I want to highlight that when Destination DC has the funding it needs to market our great city around the globe and across the country, it does benefit very small businesses like mine who do not have a marketing budget beyond my membership to Destination DC. And of course, we know that more visitation leads to increased revenue for the city and use for important services. And I'll also mention very quickly that I'm not just some privileged white guy who gets to bike people around the city and have a great time. I've benefited greatly from DC City Services, and my family has, in that my wife and I were foster parents through DC and adopted our twins who are many generations DC. So this is home for us, and I'm so proud to be a citizen of this community and so grateful for the great work you all do. And I think Destination DC really does a great job of helping us get to the world. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And Spires, we'll hear from you now.
Yes,
Thank you.
good morning, Chair Bonds and the members of the committee. My name is Paul Spires. I serve as the Chair of Tourism and Destination Marketing for the Anacostia Arts and Culture District ACE Council, which focuses on arts, culture, entertainment, and education. I'm testifying today to urge Destination DC to aggressively enhance its marketing strategy to focus on historic Anacostia, which is the official arts and culture district for the District of Columbia as put forth by Mayor Muriel Bowser. Currently, the official visitor map disproportionately overshadows historic Anacostia. Historic Anacostia is not just a historic area once owned by the late great Frederick Douglass. It is a vital center of culture, art, and history that is currently underserved by official tourism promotion. Elevating historic Anacostia is essential not only for the local area, but for the economic health of the entire district. By diversifying our portfolio to include East of the River experiences, we extend the length of visitor stays and increase overall spending across the city. To achieve this, I recommend Destination DC to highlight cultural landmarks, launch targeted campaigns spotlighting the Frederick Douglass National Historic Site, the Smithsonian Anacostia Museum, the Go-Go Museum and Cafe, the Anacostia Art Center, and the recreational opportunities at Anacostia Park as necessary experiences for visitors. Support local businesses. Partner directly with the Anacostia bid to promote local retailers and restaurants through their digital itineraries. Promote or rebrand transportation. Initiate a formal request with WMATA to rename Anacostia Metro Station Anacostia Arts and Culture District, providing an immediate, clear branding for tourism upon arrival. Finally, I call upon Council to appropriate dedicated funding for Destination DC to implement these marketing initiatives and provide dedicated annual funding to DC's official arts and culture district, specifically for the continued development and promotion of the Anacostia Arts and Culture District. By investing in Anacostia, Destination DC ensures that visitor dollars support small businesses, stimulate local economies, and provide a truly authentic experience for tourists that strengthens the brand of Washington, D.C. as a whole. I just want to add a little bit more to my testimony. I'm also a tour guide on the National Mall. I have experienced our visitors asking to visit what they call the real DC. And that's no takeaway from the mall because I call myself Baldhead Paul from the mall. However, right? However, I know that it hasn't always been an ideal piece to invite folks east of the river. And we like to change that now. There's so many things to see, so many events to participate in, so much green space east of the river. And I think that even with our bike tours, it could be a beautiful thing. I've gotten a chance to participate in Events DC's Walking Town Tours for 2025. One of the tours was of Deanwood, where we walked through Marvin Gaye Park. Marvin Gaye Park is the longest municipal park in the District of Columbia. And then we got a chance to do the historic Anacostia tour. And I really think, I'm speaking from experience, I'm pretty sure that a lot of the visitors that come here and may not find themselves off the mall would really enjoy Anacostia. So thank you for everything. Thank you for everything you guys been doing. It's awesome. And shout out to Elliot Ferguson and the whole Destination DC for real. I'm actually a former DEI member of Destination DC and it boosted my everything. So thank you.
Well, thank you, happy panel for this presentation, quite honestly. No, it's all good. It's all good. And as you were talking, I can certainly envision the utilization of the many bike paths that we have across the city. And I can see that being something very exciting. And if you organize tours, I can see it happening more and more. And of course, we'll have to stop and have waffles, and you can do waffles in the evening too. And I'm sure there'll be chicken and waffles as well. But no, seriously, it sounds like Destination DC that so many of us feel must be bringing people from far away to DC has been the mission, but it sounds like you don't have that mission in place unless you also have the businesses and the enterprises here to handle these individuals, these people who are curious about our community. So you're a breath of fresh air, quite honestly, and love hearing more about it. I would suggest that we put together a very viable plan about how we're going to get you from the mall to the neighborhoods.
Yes.
And I don't know if either of you have um, are subscribed to the Summer Youth Employment Program,
Mhm.
but if you are, there is a bonanza of individuals that can do many of the things that you need, Mr. Miller. They will be your techites for sure.
Yeah.
And they certainly can help you with, um, you know, expanding your tours.
Yeah.
Yep.
You too, Mrs. Breyer.
Yes.
So I'm looking forward to hearing more about that. We don't have a lot of resources as we have in the past, but we have enough resources to help grow our economy. And that's what you are saying, that you are very much an integral part of it. So thank you very much for your testimony. I'm looking forward to hearing more from seriously more from the local side of Destination DC, our vendors, our businesses, and how you see working with and handling the visitors and bringing them into neighborhoods. So if you want to speak on that, love to hear from you.
I would love to add because it's something most recently I had an opportunity to work with Destination DC on. And I think honestly, the platform that they're using to engage businesses. Important. I had a meeting with Jennifer Porter, and some of the key things that she said to me in terms of scaling my business, which I think is just phenomenal, is when people are looking for places to come and when they're coming to visit our city, one, they're looking for a package. And that's one of the things that I'm building out now. She said, Dion, they're looking for a place that they can bring some high school students to have a box lunch and also have a destination. That's Sycamore and Oak. So I'm not thinking of it from a perspective of looking at just Dion's there. There are 13 different businesses at Sycamore and Oak. There's an amphitheater there. There's retail spaces there. And she's saying, Dion, the way that you want to package this is not just looking at your own business, look at everyone else that's in your community. That was one key thing that I've done that I'm working on right now to submit. So that when people come to, and they're not just looking at Sycamore and Oak, we also have the Mystics Arena or Care First Arena that's next door. So the way that Destination DC is having me look at what I'm doing now, don't just focus on you because business draws business. Look at what's around you and how you can attract people to come to your community, and that they won't just be looking at your business, but they'll be looking at what's around that community, the amenities that are there, and what they're looking at in the course of a 4-hour, 6-hour, 8-hour day. That was one piece. The second piece is how do you scale up and partner? It's one of the conversations I had with the convention team. And that team said to me, Dion, we're looking to bring people, bringing you in, but it may not be just what Dion can do. Who can you partner with that you can actually take advantage of these opportunities and together you guys can win? I'm not used to agencies talking to me like that. And for me to have an organization that's saying, look, we want to bring business. When tourism come here, they're asking, we want to come outside of this mall. No offense, but we want to just not just looking at the mall, but what's in the communities. Where are the places where people really want to see the soul of DC? When they come here, they're not coming just to see the wonderful cherry blossoms. That's great. But they also want to come into the neighborhoods. They want to see the authentic people that have lived here. So from that perspective, what I'm saying to you, Chairwoman, we have to move away from the typical way of talking to our business owners. And that's what the breath of fresh air has been for me, talking to the employees at Destination DC. I don't get to talk to Elliot a lot. I talked to him twice, and it's been great when I talk to him. But the work comes from the individuals from his team and the way that they see my business, how they're shaping my business and actually presenting my brand to others. And I'm not used to getting that. So I think that was one of the things that I think we need to do more across all of our business teams in the district. How do you encourage people to partner? That's one. And two, how do you actually utilize their business as a brand to attract more people to that community, not just for your business, but for everything that's there? We got to have amenities there to make that happen. I'm going to pause.
I'll add that one of the things that's a little different about my business, Councilmember Bonds, is that I meet my guests where they're staying. So, I'm at plenty of hotels, I'm at Airbnbs, but it also allows me a chance to weave in some of the immediate neighborhoods. If I've got someone staying at the Hay Adams, boom, we're at the White House and the National Mall, but I'll still try to find those opportunities to take them further afield if I can. When I'm having conversations with guests beforehand, I'm obviously trying to find out what their priorities are, what their interests are, how I can tailor and customize a tour really around, particularly if they've got little kids who are, into sports or sculpture or whatever it is. But I love to get off the mall. And so, getting over to Anacostia, I mean, I go over I love to showcase the Frederick Douglass Bridge as, I argue, one of the most bicycle and pedestrian friendly bridges in the world. It is a beautiful, and it's not only a literal bridge, it is a figurative, expanding our community and connecting our communities better, having crossed the old bridge with my little twins in a bike that barely fit through the draw gates for the old Frederick Douglass Bridge. So I love going over that bridge. I love taking people to Anacostia. I love going to Frederick Douglass's house. I think that is one of the most incredible assets our community has. Park Service needs to do a little better job getting some stuff together, but it is an incredible asset. Using the Anacostia River Trail, and exploring neighborhoods. I love doing that, and I have many guests who do take me up on that. Obviously, the majority, they want to check off the memorials and monuments that everyone knows. And honestly, Destination DC still has to promote those. I mean, we're fortunate that we can have a silhouette that shows a Washington Monument and a Lincoln Memorial and a Jefferson Memorial, and people know exactly what they're talking about. But it's also a hook for Destination DC to say, this is the incredibly vibrant community we have. And if you look at their marketing materials, they do an awesome job of showing vibrant neighborhoods, of showing, an incredible restaurant scene that we have, which, again, having teenagers, I don't get to experience as much personally. So that's when I always refer people elsewhere. But, they really do fully encompass a lot of this. One last thing I'll mention is I've helped, Destination DC has asked me a couple times to lead a tour for a visiting influencer. And so this might be someone who's like really big on Instagram. I had a mother and her autistic son, and that was like her whole jam on Instagram. Like she had, I can't remember how many millions of followers. So we were able to like plan ahead, make a tour that was like really engaging for her and her son. And again, I love taking him to parks and fountains and showing him some of the incredible sites we have around the city that are beyond and above the classic Washington Monument and the mall. So, but thank you, great questions.
Exciting stuff. Mr. Spires, we don't want to leave you out. Come
All good,
on.
all good. I want
Tell
to
us about Anacostia.
Yeah, so the cool part about Anacostia is that we used to say back in the day, you haven't seen the real DC until you've seen the big chair. But we also learned that at Howard University during their orientations, they tell the students not to fraternize with the locals. And so there's a disconnect there. But I want to point out the connections that we do have. At the Smithsonian Museum of American History, Nannie Helen Burroughs' cash register is on display. That cash register was used to train young women at her National School for Women and Girls in Northeast, east of the river, on Nannie Helen Burroughs Avenue. You can go into the African American History Museum and find beautiful displays and artifacts that point you back to Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. But you can also come over into Anacostia, where the street is named after him and connects with our mayor for life, Marion Berry. Same guy whose statue is outside of this building on Pennsylvania Avenue, America's main street, the main place to bring tourists to when you come into the District of Columbia. And so we connect directly to the National Mall in that way. And I believe it'll be a beautiful thing to show the world that exists. In closing, the official music genre of Washington, D.C. is go-go music. On my tours, I play go-go music. I let people hear a little bit of backyard, junkyard, and mostly Chuck Brown. And in those tours, we're not exactly calculating how much time it takes to bring folks over into Anacostia to visit the Go-Go Museum and get the full story. And I believe it would be a very, very valuable thing for not only DC's culture through music, but just entirely bringing folks connecting the National Mall to Anacostia.
Thank you all for your comments. You know, it's a lot of excitement in this room. I mean, I'll be very honest, and you know, I'd like to think that um, what you do is open to those of us who live here as well, and that's part of the promotion that you're speaking of. But I wanted to ask you specifically, since we have the 250th birthday coming up, how connected are we in DC to that effort? And do you have plans for bike tours, stopping at restaurants, connecting Martin Luther King Memorial to Martin Luther King Avenue? What's going on with that?
Yeah. Okay. So over the 12 days of Christmas, we had a thing called 12 Days of Joy in Anacostia. Where you come to Anacostia, you scan a QR code, and you get what we call a Joy Pass. With that Joy Pass, you can get discounts at all of the businesses within the Anacostia Beard boundaries. And we're looking to do something similar to that for the 250th. However, we must remember to acknowledge Frederick Douglass's words on that 4th of July when he was asked to speak. He said, "What is the 4th of July to the Negro?" And in that speech, he talks about how nothing had changed for the Negro being enslaved and being counted out. I think this is a perfect opportunity for us to change that narrative, to bring folks in to support the African American businesses like D City Smokehouse in Anacostia. So we're planning to do something very similar to the 12 Days of Joy, the Joy Pass. Maybe we'll call it the Freedom Pass.
All right, that sounds exciting.
So what we're doing, we're actually one of the newest bids that you guys have in the District of Columbia. I'm proud to be a part of the Congress Heights Soul of the City. I'm sorry, Soul of the City bid is inside of Congress Heights as well. And we're starting some really small items that we'll be doing all throughout the course of the year. One of the first things that we're doing to kind of really look at all of our neighborhoods throughout Congress Heights and the lower part of Ward 8 is we're starting, you guys know of the little mini libraries that we have in people's neighborhoods. We're realizing that we want to help our literacy rate for our children as well. So we're asking all the business owners to donate in our community some books to this effort. Monica Ray is leading it. And we'll be putting in books in small little libraries throughout on different things about the history of the District of Columbia throughout the entire area. And I'll be leading some tours. So I got to get with Paul. I'll be leading some efforts. I am actually on the board at the Anacostia bid because of the location of our building, which is my full time, the Far Southeast Collaborative. So we'll be doing some efforts in the Soul of the City bid and then hopefully joining the Anacostia bid to do some of that work there. So all of our businesses are collectively looking at the literacy rate with our children, and we're going to work with them to do some small mini libraries and provide some support in that area. And then, as usual, we have these things that we do every Friday in our community, and we support our schools, the teachers in particular. So we'd have a fund that we're doing some fundraising activities for the teachers at our schools in Ward 8. So that's something that we're doing. I'm going to get away from that, Elliot. I'm not going to keep saying Ward 8 in Congress Heights.
All right.
Um, uh, Paul mentioned the Events DC, which is part of Destination DC, the Walking Town DC. And that is one of the best ways I get to regularly engage. And I think this past year was the first year I didn't do it just because I had both my kids in scouting and taking care of my father in hospice. And it was just a whole other thing going on. But I love to, I would say probably 90% of the people who come on the Walking Town tours, and they obviously make an exception for me to do some bike tours, that probably it feels to me like 90% are locals and or they're frequent visitors or they live within the region, right? So they're, it's Virginia and Maryland dollars coming in and being spent in DC. And and those are different for me in that I've got a group of 20 or 30 people as opposed to my usual family or corporate team or whatever. But we'd love to try out new ideas and do cool things there. So like one of my favorite tours that I really had a chance to first develop in the Walking Town was what I call my Rising Tides of DC, which looks at not only the hydrological history and the geographic history of DC, but how climate change is going to impact parts of our city that are more flood prone, and sort of getting conversations going with guests. And I love it when I get folks who are sort of like, not certain about the climate change to talk about how the government is preparing for some of this. I have the National Bike Summit coming up that I'm doing about 9 different tours for. I think it's going to be close to 500 people at the Martin Luther King Library, March 24th through the 26th. And so I'm doing a ton of different tours there, including a First America 250 bike tour for me that's going to highlight a lot of things, a few of the classics, obviously, but we're also going to spend some time at Signers Island and talking about some of the stories and some of the challenges of the imperfect men who did sign the Declaration of Independence. And then another one, we have a group, they're not locals, but they're spending a lot of time in our community. Some of them are locals, some of them are National Guard of Washington, D.C. I have engaged National Guard troops on my tours. I have offered free tours to National Guard troops and very much, as a Washington, D.C. resident, I am not a fan of this occupation, but I want to see how we can turn this into a positive so that these young men and women who are here from West Virginia or Tennessee or Texas or wherever, that they get a chance to see beyond whatever they're seeing on Fox News, that they get a chance to see what real amazing communities we have, how vibrant they are, and not sort of, fall prey to the bad narratives that exist about crime in our city. And I get to have wonderful conversations. I had this incredibly conservative couple from Texas, and we got to meet some National Guard troops when we were at the Eisenhower Memorial, and they're like, "Oh, is DC so much safer now that the National Guard are here?" I'm like, "No, it's not. I'd say it's worse because a lot of my neighbors, a lot of my community members, a lot of my children's friends are scared to go to school, due to work, And I was like, and our city, our crime rate was coming down, and I get a chance to have real, authentic conversations that I don't necessarily advertise, but are really important in helping humanize our city." So I'm grateful for all that too.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. I I was just thinking as you were all presenting how very creative you are, and you're the creative side of our community, and thank you very much for that. We certainly need it. I'm looking forward to you all not only surviving, but really growing and helping to grow our economy. I mean, that's the bottom line. And, we didn't have to talk so long today, but we did. And that's because I'm hoping that many are curious about what does Destination DC really mean and who is participating in it. And so I appreciate you putting on the table some thoughts about how our city is not the routine government town. It's so different. It's real people, real businesses, real activities, and we're here trying to market our number one item, which is tourism.
Yep.
That's right.
Tourism now, and we just really have to focus in that regard. So thank you very, very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. Pleasure. And we have a few more. All right. Our next witness, Tiffany Montgomery, who is online. and we'll take your testimony, Ms. Montgomery.
Good morning. This is Tiffany. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify regarding the DC Office of the Inspector General. My name is Tiffany Montgomery, and for the past few years, I've been assisting federal authorities with the systemic corruption in DC government. As you know, Chairwoman Anita Bonds, the DC Board of Ethics and Government Accountability officials were referred for criminal investigation by the DC Department of Human Resources and separately by the DC Metropolitan Police Department. Those two separate criminal referrals were made to the DC Office of the Inspector General, which your policy director, Kevin Chavis, confirmed DC Office of the Inspector General obstructed those two separate criminal investigations. And it turns out that OIG lied to MPD and DCHR, as well as a whole bunch of other government agencies. And I am thankful for Mr. Chavis having contacted the U.S. Attorney's Office regarding the perjury of DC Inspector General Daniel Lucas. I did learn something happened with a federal agency, and I was contacted separately by the courts. Two different judges confirmed that criminal suspect, chief counsel at DC Board of Ethics and Government Accountability, Johnny Barton, criminally misused his government office at Bega for private gain. And I provided this information to the DC Office of the Inspector General, which again obstructed that investigation. Criminal suspect Barton committed perjury repeatedly. He retaliated against me. So did criminal suspect Director of Office of Open Government and Account Allen. And I understand that the DC court system is now conducting its own investigation of the fraud on the court and perjury committed by DC government officials. And I understand that DC Attorney General Brian Schwab was recently contacted by a United States senator. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify this morning.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Well, that concludes our public witnesses for today, and we will now move to our government witnesses. And we will start with Destination DC, of course, and then we'll move to the others on our list. Destination DC, it serves as the lead organization to manage and market Washington, D.C. as a premier global convention, tourism, and special events destination. It is a nonprofit entity with a membership of 1,000+ businesses and organizations that support the district's travel and tourism sector. Formerly known as the Washington, D.C. Convention and Tourism Corporation, the organization was renamed in 2008 to reflect the organization's increased emphasis on the city's unique assets. Destination plays an integral role in facilitating major events within the district, and we look forward to hearing what they feel is next on the horizon. And today we will also discuss various issues, including the impact that the federal government has had on international and domestic travel. And with that, we will hear from the president, Elliot Ferguson, and his team, and I'll swear you all in. If you raise your right hand, do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements that you make before us today to be truthful and complete?
We do.
All right, thank you, and you may begin.
All right. Good morning, Chairperson Bonds, and to the committee members. As was referenced, I'm Elliot Ferguson. I have the pleasure of being the president and CEO of Destination DC, an organization that I've been affiliated with for the last almost 25 years. Joining me are my Chief Marketing Officer to my left, Robin McLean, and our Chief Financial Officer, John Kim, who are members of our executive team and have both been with our organization respectively for 15 and 17 years. As you referenced, Destination DC is separate from city government, but we are happy to testify on our role as an economic development organization that focuses on growing visitation to Washington. You heard from a few of our members, and as you referenced earlier, we have over 1,100 members. So just imagine 1,100 members, 1,100 people saying, we want, and we need. And our goal is to try to meet the needs of all of them. I did want to personally thank Dion Reeder, Jeff Miller, and Paul Spires for their testimony this morning in terms of the efficacy of our efforts to reach out to them and the passion specifically about promoting neighborhoods in Washington, as I share that passion, as does my team. We're a private nonprofit organization, and 70% of our budget comes from the hotel tax generated by individuals that are physically visiting Washington and staying in a hotel. The current hotel tax is 15.95%, and as an organization, we receive less than 1% of that amount, which directly impacts the revenues to our organization to the tune of 70%. The remainder of our budget comes from membership and other fees in which we promote and do on our own. In 2023, the Tourism Recovery District was created to benefit Destination DC sales efforts, and it tripled our advertising budget. In the years that we had the TRD, the Tourism Recovery District, visitation soared to record numbers, which matters because jobs and revenue soared as well. Visitor spending saved each district household an average of $3,600 in taxes. So what happens when tourism goes away? That means, of course, the burden tied to the economics are on the members of all of us that live in Washington. So we're proud of our efforts in terms of bringing in those additional dollars. Our industry is equivalent to the second largest industry in DC, with over 111,000 plus jobs created in 2024. Visitors mean that residents go to work, elected officials have funds they need for local services because of more tax revenue being generated. You would have heard from our chairman of our board, Meade Atkinson, but he was called away earlier today. But as you heard from the others, you can understand the impact that we have on the economy and on our membership. We don't take credit for every single visitor that comes to the city, but I'll share more in terms of the efficacy of our efforts in that regard. Tourism remains a bright spot, even as federal jobs have weakened and DC's economy and attributed to one of the highest unemployment rates in the country. We recognize the importance of a growth economy tied to the new revenue streams. However, taking dollars from the organization that's actually generating jobs and revenue in the near-term future is rather counterproductive. Unfortunately, that's what happened when TRD dollars were redirected and our budget dropped by a third, or over 32%. I've heard from several stakeholders and elected officials post-COVID that tourism is back, but the reality is that the recovery is still very uneven. Our ability to market DC is compromised while we face ongoing challenges to influence travel, like international perception of the LGBT community that was referenced, visas, immigration policies, negative rhetoric about Washington, National Guard, alienating our allies, and other things that are negative, that tie to negative perceptions. Now, our story isn't one of gloom and doom, as it's one of reality, and we need to invest in growing international markets because of the length of stay and potential spending. I'm always asked, where does Washington have representation outside of Washington, D.C.? We have offices or representation in the UK, India, China, Australia, New Zealand, which is one office, Germany, Brazil, and Mexico. And we also have offices in Chicago and New York that cover our convention efforts. Just recently, we held an annual event to hear from our international reps about challenges and opportunities tied to promoting the United States and specifically Washington. And while they were here, they discussed how spending $4 million on international advertising when we had the TRD dollars versus only $500,000 without it will negatively impact their ability to promote Washington and the awareness of our destination. Simultaneously, Destination DC's domestic advertising budget without the TRD dropped by 2/3 from $23 million in fiscal year 25 to $7 million in 2026. That's a problem, of course, for several reasons, including that other destinations far outspend Washington. An example, Visit Orlando. Their budget as a bureau, destination marketing organization, is north of $120 million, and Visit Florida's budget is north of $100 million. Even cities like Atlanta that have a strong convention destination try to focus on leisure and has a budget of $43 million with a state organization of $11+ million. I'm asked all the time about advertising on television. Of course, you will not see ads on television of Washington, D.C. in Washington, but we do see those ads from LA, Florida Keys, Virginia, Las Vegas, going to Williamsburg, Philadelphia, and more. And we were able to do the same with TRD, and unfortunately, we're not able to do that marketing, similar TV marketing that these other destinations do. With that, DC risks losing domestic market share to US destinations with more visibility. We're simply not well positioned to counter rhetoric that DC is unsafe or unwelcoming to the LGBTQ+ community or address other presences in Washington or perceptions of our destination. And promoting our destination and remaining aggressive is important to influence short-term and long-term travel. Let me talk about return on investment. Investing in marketing, therefore, Destination DC gives the district a chance to benefit from higher returns. We don't take return on investment highly, as it's being studied independently in terms of how does our marketing efforts positively affect Washington as a whole. We developed the ROI study in tandem with the DC's Office of the Chief Financial Officer and Future Partners, which is a leading tourism research organization headquartered on the West Coast. Fiscal year 2025 campaign generated $41.3 million in tax revenue, showing that for every dollar we spent on promoting Washington, there was a $2 return on investment. And the bottom line is that when we have the additional dollars, we see the larger returns, which is important. So the question is, of course, what's next? We have a lot to celebrate, like new museums, sports, annual events, and our year-long celebration of America's 250. I want to share with you the 30-second commercial that speaks to the experience that individuals could have when visiting Washington.
For 250 years, we've written our nation's story, a story of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And no place tells this story like Washington, D.C., a place where the past and present meet the promise of the future, a place where one day, one voice can make history. This is your story. It's our story, and it's beautiful, imperfect, and ever-changing. Help us write the next chapter.
Now, as we celebrate America's 250, as was referenced earlier by Mr. Spires, we are focusing not only on what happened 250 years ago, of course, DC didn't exist, but also the strides that Washington has made specifically within the Black community, and we're excited about that. We appreciate the fact that City Council members, including Councilmember Fruman, play an active role in how we're promoting DC's 250. It's important that we tell our story and the history of Washington, D.C. as a whole, and the impact of the Declaration of Independence on those that when it was signed 250 years ago. People learn through our website, washington.org and dc250.us, what our efforts are to promote the 250th anniversary. And we expect tens of thousands of individuals coming into the city, checking into our hotels, and having an economic impact on our city. We also expect the same with unique events coming to DC, like the UFC fight, the Great American State Fair, and the Indy Grand Prix that have been announced by the federal government, which ultimately will bring additional individuals to Washington, D.C. Now, as we talk about our destination, clearly sports plays a huge role in how we focus on promoting Washington. No, we're not hosting the World Cup, but we have an opportunity to take advantage of individuals that are coming to the United States or to Mexico or to Canada to participate. We know that Washington will be a cheaper destination in terms of hotel rooms, easier to get to from Dulles, taking the Silver Line, and of course, getting them to Philadelphia or to New York using Amtrak, or of course, flying to other destinations. And we're going to capitalize on that as we promote DC as a destination. We promote the sports capital of the U.S. And of course, the NFL draft will play a huge role in 2027, which is large for our destination, as well as the new Commander Stadium and the development surrounding the stadium, which we're excited about. In addition, we're very pleased with opportunities such as putting a roof on Audi Field, which makes it more flexible in terms of bringing unique visitors and events to our destination, as well as Capital One Arena, and of course, never forgetting Care First Arena and all of the other venues that we have in the city. Now, how we market the city also impacts how DC is perceived as a meetings destination. A strong leisure destination lends itself to be a strong convention destination. And as hotel demand still remains down, the team is working to fill short-term business in our hotels. Again, the focus is on the next few years and the future, and as we bid on major meetings as far out as 2040. The challenges I've mentioned already applies to meetings as well in terms of perception. And we continue to promote Washington's assets, our infrastructure, our talent, strong industries, and access to the federal government in partnership with the Deputy Mayor's Office of Planning and Economic Development. As we market the city through our Only One DC campaign representing every neighborhood and local culture of DC, it's incredibly important that we focus on the culture and nature of our destination. And we've developed a new video series called We the People that reflects 20 Washingtonians who live, work, and thrive in all areas of the city. The video, from our perspective, talks about the native Washingtonians, or give them a chance to talk about how they feel, but also the fact that so many global citizens have chosen to make Washington their home after their time of service here in Washington is up. I'd like to share with you one of the videos now, if you don't mind.
Everyone has their own version of DC, and there's something magical about that. I'm Angel, DC native, founder and CEO of the Spice Suite in Black and Forth. Building a business in DC feels really like an honor to me, like a privilege to be able to operate in this city. DC is such a welcoming city. Whether you're born here or you move here for school or a job, DC embraces everybody.
Now, that's a snippet of the video that showcases various members of our community from all over the world that have moved here and really represent the nature of our destination. It played a huge role in welcoming World Pride last year, when there were perceptions of Washington not being welcoming to the LGBTQ+ community, whereas we separated the 534 members of Congress that come to Washington from the 700,000 of us that live in Washington that really make up our community. These videos inspire visitation to Washington because we all know that the people, it's the people of the community that really makes the community as a whole. A good example, United Airlines supported a recent delegation from Africa and a group of global customers. Most have never been to DC, but they all left with a different perspective after they visited Washington, tied to how they saw, how warm they felt the experience was from Washingtonians. We're happy to present what we're working on now because it should be important to City Council, and it's important to us and our members. We want to thank you, Councilmember Bonds, especially for your 14 years on the council and your support of the hospitality industry, as we know that you've decided to not run again, but we will certainly miss you in this capacity and know that we'll continue to be able to call on you as a strong proponent of our industry. We've always appreciated the work with you, working with you and your team to help make sure that DC remains a topic of discussion because we create jobs and tax dollars through tourism. And as an organization, we're always thinking about local investment and our industry's future. We have a few initiatives that we're excited about. One is our nonprofit called Next DC, whereas we focus on DC high school students to tourism and hospitality. And during the summer, you talked about the summer youth program. We play an active role in bringing youth from that program into the hospitality industry in our offices and in different organizations within the city. Since its inception, the foundation has invested over $3 million in future careers for DC youth, as we want to keep our hometown talent in Washington, DC, and expose them to hospitality. Diversity, equity, and inclusion will always be important to us as we have programs meant to introduce more local businesses in every ward of the city to tourism opportunities. And the DEI Business Fellowship that was referenced is in its 5th year, providing complimentary membership to 28 member businesses, which come with marketing support, networking, exposure, and new opportunities to bring more business to their individual properties. As I close, I'd like to remind those that are listening and give them a better understanding of why visitors are important as they generate billions of dollars that the city benefits from for economic development. It goes a long way to fund local services like snow removal, very near and dear to all of us, street cleaning programs for seniors, security, healthcare, and really the list goes on. So we'd much rather have those services being paid by visitors to our city versus those of us who live here, which is why we focus on economic development through hospitality. Again, we appreciate Chairman Mendelson, you, Councilmember Bonds, and the DC Council for the lifeline you gave us this year with the additional $6 million after we lost the TRD for fiscal year 2026. And though it doesn't totally replace the loss of the TRD, it gives us more flexibility to continue our work and our efforts. But we must look beyond this future year, and we need a stable source of funding to continue to remain relevant and promote our destination in similar veins to other cities. We hope to continue working with DC City Council and staff and our mayor as we continue to grow our economy that benefits all sectors of hospitality. Thank you again for allowing me to share my testimony, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Before we start, I just wanted to inquire as to where we are with the 250th birthday DC 250, because I chair I think it's outreach and youth.
Component of it.
Yes, and so what do you all want us to do? We started in one direction. Should we continue with that? Because there is big plans for an exhibit of art, starting from kindergartners all the way through in our schools. But they're thinking they will do that in June. And it seems to me we would probably want to have it done by at least by the end of May, so that parents and other students can participate. Am I?
No, you're
thinking about
absolutely right.
that? Okay. And we should try for the convention center, you think? As a big exhibit?
Could be. It depends on a lot of things. One, availability. Of course. And then two, the size of the exhibits, because sometimes we can have another option other than the convention center for that. To answer your question, Ms. Reeder, who testified earlier, put it best. I do my best to play a huge role in a lot of things that happen, but it's the team that really makes it happen. I am over the committee for marketing for DC's 250, but it's the team, Robin McLean and others on her team, that have been playing a more active role in working with the mayor's office and other entities within the city. So if you don't mind, I'll punt to her to maybe give you more detail as to what we're doing.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Good morning, Council.
Good morning.
Chair Bonds. So dc250.us is the official website that we created for the city that's been adopted by the Mayor's Commission to promote everything that's happening in DC. So whether it is these big events that have been announced and that tens of thousands of people will come to in the city, to smaller local neighborhood events, all of that is being captured on that website. And we are promoting DC 250 through our advertising, specifically to draw people here throughout the year. So although we know it's going to be big around July 4th and it's a great opportunity for the city, we are really positioning DC as center stage throughout this entire year to bring people outside of DC and in the region to experience all the wonderful things here. So it's community events, it's the local cultural institutions and everything that they're doing, but also the larger events that people have heard about.
All right, and now check in further with the senior advisor, because I guess that office is coordinating the whole effort. I was just wondering if there was something specific that I need to do with my little committee that, part of this, so that I wanted to get that up front, so I'll
Happy to have you engage
what I
with
need
us.
to do.
Yeah,
Yes, I would love that.
Okay.
Thank you so very much.
And might I add, we've been working really closely with Lindsay Parker and her new role, meeting with her, talking about as we look at everything from Cherry Blossom Festival, which is coming up in a few weeks, and every festival that takes place in the city, how are they incorporating the components of America's 250 and those celebrations? So, I know we're in the year for the year, but as we're looking at how this impacts potential visitation to the city, of course, that's our lens. We're working with her and some dollars that are in place in terms of events that will take place.
All right, so I can expect scarves, umbrellas, all kinds of promotional kinds of things.
Well, let's just say you can expect a lot of things that hopefully will resonate
Yeah,
with visitors, even
okay.
if they're choosing to come for other reasons and they say, oh yeah, this is America's 250 and these are the events that are taking place in Washington.
Okay.
You've heard me say before with the 7 offices we have globally, America's 250 does not resonate with the global community in the same way. You're talking to someone from China, 250 years is a weekend and compared to Chinese history. But they are still, as we're looking at as we're looking at a global component, we're making sure that they know of things that are happening, be it because their conventions are taking place over a component of the celebration. And we're layering it with what the federal government is doing because we know that we're hearing constantly in terms of what their efforts are in Washington.
Which leads me to a big question. As it relates to the thought that the federal government has for an arch, would you be in any way, has your opinion been garnered for determining whether or not this makes a lot of exciting sense?
No, I did not get a call from Donald Trump asking me what I thought. I will say that everything done in a way that it really promotes the history of our country is welcomed. I think we're all in a space where as we wait and see what's going to happen every day, we turn on the news and how it impacts our city, how it impacts our country. And that's kind of the way we're learning things. That's what we've been dealing with for the last 15 months, and it's probably more of that to come. Our goal, as we hear about it, is to find out, I referenced UFC fight on White House lawn, which is unprecedented. Love it or hate it, it's going to bring individuals to Washington. They're going to stay in hotels. They're going to eat in restaurants. They're going to participate in America's 250, and the list goes on and on. Same with Grand Prix. These are things we're hearing about from this administration. And our full approach is how do we benefit and maximize on the opportunity for people to physically stay in Washington and therefore increase tax dollars. And of course, employ people, because when people are staying in hotels and eating in restaurants, hourly workers are employed.
Thank you very much for that comment. And I really think it's important for those who may be listening to understand that there is a division, that there is what the feds do, and then there's what us, the locals, are doing. So I wanted to have an opportunity to put that distinction out there. But as you say, we are about everything that promotes the district in a positive vein. So thank you for that.
Absolutely.
You mentioned in 2023, the Tourism Recovery District was created and that you had a triple advertising budget, and that in the years that we've had it, that it matters because jobs and revenue have soared. So are you indicating we no longer have that?
Unfortunately, I am indicating that. As the budget from the mayor's office was introduced last year, recognizing the number of federal jobs no longer existing, as well as other challenges that the city had, we respect the Deputy Mayor of Economic Development's efforts to diversify the economy with the mayor in terms of businesses. However, not at the, as they were looking at ways of finding additional dollars, the Tourism Recovery District dollars that were put in place to help us through 2027, as we were focusing on recovering from COVID, were taken prematurely. And the negative for that, of course, is that as we look at what we focus on is that for every dollar we spend, if there's an over $2 plus return on investment, there's an opportunity to benefit from the revenue generated by our efforts. We don't take credit for every single convention or every single visitor that comes to the city, but we do say that our efforts do increase revenue and increase jobs. So why not take the dollars on the back end? Unfortunately, that's not what happened. The TRD was taken 100%. And as I referenced, thanks to you and Phil Mendelson and City Council, you all found $6 million of the 20 so that we could at least have a bridge. with our goal of getting city council members, mayor's office to understand the importance of allowing us to remain aggressive in our efforts to promote our city when we need those dollars. So that's a long way of saying, yes, the dollars were taken from us.
I thank you for that.
Mhm.
I guess I've read your papers, what you submitted in the way of responses. And I just wonder, when we talk about Destination DC, and given your role, which is really, you are in the role of being a moneymaker for the district, bottom line. And so I wonder if this means that your agency is more aligned to the CFO's enterprise than to the deputy mayor for economic development. Just a thought,
Fair enough.
just a thought. The traditional amount of revenue you received through the government stream was tax dollars from the hotel industry, correct?
Yes.
And you're indicating that you no longer receive 2%, and do you receive 1%?
We receive 0.97%, so less than 1%, close to 1%
Yeah.
of the 15.95% hotel tax that a visitor or anyone that checks into a hotel pays in DC.
And of the
95%.
15.95.
We
So
receive
you receive,
0.97.
you receive, okay.
Yeah, so a little less than 1%.
Yeah.
Rounded up to 1%.
So, and you were receiving 2%.
Correct.
Okay. And so if you were receiving 1.5, what kind of revenue bursts would that generate?
I will allow my CFO, who's already calculating in his head, what that would generate, and then I will add comments afterwards.
Good morning, Councilmember Bonds.
Good
My name is John Kim, CFO of Destination DC. To answer your question, the TRD that gave Destination DC extra 1% generated about $22 million annually. So if you were asking, instead of 2%, what if 1.5%, that I assume would generate at least an extra $10 million to the organization.
Okay.
And may I add that with the advertising ROI, we reached our highest ever visitation in terms of visitation to the city, but also the highest spend ever and the highest taxes collected for the city when advertising with the TRD.
And was that the TRD advertisement over a 3-year period or 1 year?
It was over one fiscal year. Well, we had TRD for 2.5 years,
Yeah.
roughly. But that first full year of the TRD generated that highest and record-setting visitation in terms of taxes collected and spend of the visitor in DC.
All right. And so given today where we are, our society, our United States of America, would the monies be well spent internationally, or would they be well spent locally? That is across the continental United
Yes.
States.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll start and I'll maybe ask my chief marketing officer to add any additional comments. But the reality is, as a destination, 8% of visitation, and in 2024, that was about 24 million visitors, 8% are international, which means 92% are domestic. I made the comment earlier after COVID, 2021, 2022, when we saw an influx of individuals coming into the city, that, you know, the feedback was, oh, we're back, DC's back, we have, you know, visitation back. And we always appreciate domestic visitors, but as an economic development organization, we're looking at who stays longer and spends more. So yes, we have efforts to go after the 8th grader. that's coming to the city, and we know that they spend very little and they do all the free things and they eat at Chipotle and stay in the suburbs at great suburban hotels. But as we look at the average spend of a domestic visitor, it's usually around $600. But if it's an international visitor, it could be as much as $6,000, depending on where they are globally. So as you can imagine, we're not trying to be that destination that has 40 million visitors, because then Washingtonians would not like us because we would have gridlock or we'd have way too many people in the city. But what happens if we were to go from 8% international to 10% or 15%? And that's the same thing happens with the meetings market, which we're very actively involved with from an international perspective. So as you're looking at revenues being generated, a hotel in 2022 could be 100% occupied, but the room rate compared to before COVID could be $150, whereas before COVID it was $300 for the same time frame. So the economics are not the same. You just have more physical bodies in the city. So we appreciate and want more domestic visitors, and we recognize that that's the largest portion of visitation, but the opportunity in terms of economics are tied to how do we bring more international visitors into Washington. We're the seventh or eighth most visited destination in the United States by the global community, which is always shocking to anyone who hears me say that, because they think Washington is always number one. But the reality is on the East Coast, it's Miami, Orlando, New York, Las Vegas, San Francisco, Los Angeles, and then Honolulu, usually when Asia is 100% back, then Washington, D.C. But who I have not mentioned was Chicago, Philadelphia, New Orleans, a lot of other cities. But we still remain number 7 or 8. And our goal is how do we bring more international visitors while we are still focusing on the domestic market and the local market to a certain extent, and in terms of visitation to the city.
You saw the most recent, I think it's U.S. News and Report, and they listed Washington, D.C. as the third most, they were promoting us as the third most visited place. You saw that?
Yes, I did.
What does that really mean? Because you're saying we're number 8 or number 7.
I'll punt to Robin, but I'll say that one, we love superlatives. We've been named the most walkable city, the greenest city. A lot of those things play a role in how we market Washington. Whether or not it influences people to come or not, it depends on the organization that's putting it out there. Our key issue as a destination is that visitors don't know our neighborhoods, don't know the makeup of our community. They know monuments, memorials, and museums, and we love the fact that they come for that federal experience. But we, as the testimony was given earlier, we do focus on our neighborhoods. We focus on nightlife, sporting events, outdoor activities, theater, the food scene, how walkable the city is, how the neighborhoods bring all that together as a part of how we promote Washington as a city. And I'll pause and let Robin offer additional comments.
I think it's important to share that our communications team works really hard to share DC's story with media throughout the world. And so it is not a surprise that we end up on these superlative lists, because we are telling our story. And so whether it's because we're family friendly or green or sustainable, all of those things that you know about this great city, we share worldwide. And I think when I was talking about earlier regarding the TRD, I think it's important to say that we really believe that tourism and economic recovery really work hand in hand, and that tourism is short-term economic investment with immediate returns. And that's why we feel it's so important for the city to invest in Destination DC.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Now I'll get to the questions.
Okay.
We were just warm up.
Oh, that was a
Okay.
teaser. All right.
Yeah, it's a warm up. Okay. Your office received a grant in FY25 to implement a hospitality technical assistance and workforce development program. Can you speak to what this program is about and how your office utilizes this program?
Yeah, I believe you're referring to the grant that we received from DIMPED that went to Next DC, at that time known as the American Experience Foundation. Claire Carlin, our Senior Vice President of Partnerships and Alliances, is here. She oversees Next DC, which is our foundation. The key goal of the foundation, when it was started in 2002, was to assist organizations that wanted to help Washington recover after 9/11 because they couldn't give to Destination DC or Washington Convention Tourism Corporation. 2008, 2009, after a few years, we had this foundation in place. And the question is, how do we make it something that is more impactful for the local community? Which then we started focusing on exposing kids to our industry, taking kids from disadvantaged communities on field trips outside of Washington, and those that live in Washington, check them into hotels and showing Washington from a different perspective, or taking them to another city with the goal of getting to them to expand their horizons on opportunities for them. Because we know that when you have limited resources, your perception could be limited in terms of what you are able to do. So we're very proud of not only what we've been able to do with the foundation, but we've expanded to scholarships, to internships, and the list goes on in terms of how we interact with the DC public school system, as well as bringing kids from other cities into Washington and interact with other destinations. So those funds given to us by DIMPED played a huge role in what the team was able to do in terms of meeting the needs of the foundation, specifically for high school students.
So today, if we talk about Next DC and what it's doing with the local school population, what are you doing specifically?
Absolutely. Very good question. One, working closely with the DC public school system, we work with individual schools that have hospitality programs that engage and encourage students to think about hospitality beyond working at a hotel or working in a restaurant, which there's nothing wrong with either of them. But if you work for a hotel company, you can work in accounting, you could be an interior designer. We expose them to the opportunities that exist within the industry above and beyond the perception of hospitality, because we recognize that hospitality does not always resonate as a high yield, high paying career field for several, because they don't know the opportunities that exist. So the goal for the foundation is to expose students to hospitality, expose them to our members, because several of our members play a huge role in what we do in terms of hospitality and our outreach, and we want them to play a role. So in a lot of cases, some of the restaurants or some of the small businesses and hotels will take in students during the summer to expose them to opportunities working within the hospitality industry. Of course, I reference scholarships that are given to students that choose to continue their education, specifically in hospitality, and exposing them to people that look like them, Black and brown, and or minorities in the industry, because they don't see a lot of leadership at higher levels. We're proud of the foundation, not only because of the goals that we have in place, but we do have a staff, a team that's specifically in place that focuses on working with DC public school system, as well as others, working with DIMPED when we receive the grant to make sure we meet the needs of those that we're reaching out to. We do the same with UDC. I am the executive in residence at the Howard University Marriott Sorensen Center, whereas there's not a school of hospitality, but the goal is the same. How do we get students that are in law school or accounting or supply chain management, medicine, to understand the career opportunities that exist within hospitality?
All right. And so how many students did you have enrolled in FY25?
In fiscal year 2025,
Mhm.
I can give you the aggregate number, and maybe I can ask Claire to share the specifics for 2025. Since 2015, we've hosted 924 students on educational field trips to DC and beyond. We provided 217 internship placements, 3,200 work-based learning opportunities, and reinvested over $3 million in combined financial in-kind support to youth career development. So that's since 2015. If you'd like, I can ask Claire to come up and give you the specifics if she has it for 2025. And
Yeah, that would be very important. As you know, my committee is very concerned with workforce development and how we're actually going to do a terrific job of making sure that DC residents have access. And that starts with, the training, of really being introduced as you're doing to career opportunities and then training and then going on to partake of the training, get the job, stay in the job, build a career.
yes.
There.
Do
We
have to
better swear you in. Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you provide to us today will be truthful and complete?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
So I would just tell you a little bit about Next DC Network, Educate, Experience, and Travel. And so Next DC is an independent organization from Destination DC, but we're partners. Next DC is a 501c3 charity. And the primary focus of the work is to complement the career and technical education programs within DC high schools, both public high schools, and we work with one charter school, the Maya Angelou Public Charter School. Generally speaking, and this varies school to school and program to program, but when a student is enrolled in a career academy at those schools, it's a selection of courses that are in addition to their core coursework. It's like electives. And generally speaking, in order for a student to successfully complete those programs, they need 30 hours of what's called work-based learning and an internship. So for the 9 DC high schools that offer these programs, Next DC is the intermediary between industry and the schools, and we provide a lot of those services ourselves, and we work to enlist all those members that you've heard about today to also provide those experiences for students.
I think I heard 915 students.
I have a lot of ways I can tell you numbers, of course. Last year, in 2025, school year 24-25, we had 1,656 student engagements. So how we measure an engagement is, Councilmember Bonds, if you are enrolled in the Hospitality Academy at Ballou High School, you might have engaged with us several times throughout the year. Maybe you came and you worked our open house. Maybe you came on our backyard bound field trip and you spent 2 days exploring the city with your colleagues. And maybe you worked with us as a career ready intern. And so we would have counted that 3 times for your 3
All right,
experiences.
so how do we count them one time? Are they required to complete enrollment form application so that you know who might appear for any given meeting?
Yep. So each time we do a program, we track who comes from what school and the numbers of students.
Okay.
The total academy enrollment, I don't know that information. That's back to the individual schools.
All right. So let's say you have 6 schools and each has a different participation number. Are they required to share any of that with you?
No, they're not required to share any of it.
You just do the instruction, the encouragement, or
We create those
I see.
experiences for those kids, and they don't need to fulfill all of this in order to successfully graduate from high school. They do need to fulfill these things to successfully complete their career academy experience, which then hopefully they're completing high school with some industry recognized certifications, with an internship that propels them forward for their future career.
And I appreciate that. I would certainly suggest that you want to capture the name of the individuals
Yeah.
that are participants, irrespective of what school they come from.
Yes.
You probably are aware that the Deputy Mayor for Education has a database now where it will track the activities of a student from through school and then moving into a career or higher education. So I'm pretty sure that they would like to know that what's going on with your foundation, members or participants.
And
I
that's a
think
great
would be
tool
very,
for them.
yeah, it would be great to have that information. Um, so I know what engagements mean, yes. It's every time you sign in, when I was chair of a local nonprofit community service center, we would always have these reports. This month, 3,200, and I'm like, 3,200, where do the kids come from? Oh, it was, they were there Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So that's what engagement means. And what I'm trying to get to is how do we know how many are really taking advantage of this program and what school and what have you?
I don't have that information now,
Okay.
but I can follow up and let you know how many unique
Okay.
students participated last year with our programs.
All right, thank you. I would think that DC Public Schools would also be curious about that. Then I'd like to know maybe how many go on to maybe the adult charter schools that do tremendous amount of training in the various skill sets. Because I've discovered that that also happens, so anyway, just thank you very much for that.
No, thank you. I'd also add that as Next DC focuses on youth development, we are also focusing on the fact that a lot of youth are choosing not to go to college.
Correct.
And that there are several opportunities within the industry. And we're challenging ourselves. Why do we have positions that require a four-year degree based on the specific job criteria? And we are making changes. We're challenging our industry in the same way, simply because students are looking at higher education through a different lens. We have a really, really good relationship with Louis Farabee and his team, and we actually, one of the young ladies that used to work for him for the DC Public Schools now works for us. And because she came from DCPS, has a stronger understanding as to how we interact and interface with them, which has really helped us in being even more successful with the public school system.
Well, thank you for that. And I will explore more about Next DC because, again, as this committee is concerned with workforce development and the utilization of what is out there to move our residents forward. So
Absolutely.
this is exciting. Congratulations on the accomplishment just to stand up such a meaningful program is significant in our community. And what we are discovering in the committee is that many of the agencies are beginning to want to fill that gap and to help with bringing especially our young people into the opportunities. Then we have to start thinking, what do we do about the old souls, the adults that are already here and without employment,
Right.
or even understanding the value of employment.
Right.
So anything we can do, I'm for it. With regards to the auto that your office leases, do you plan on converting the lease to purchase this or in coming years? Or is it cheaper to just lease?
Yes.
That's what the finance, Mr. Kim is saying.
Yes, it is. It's cheaper. There are two vehicles. One is purchased and we have owned more than 10 plus years. The other one is a leasing for temporary use. So leasing is a cheaper option.
All right, okay. Now, Your office utilizes room night generation, and please elaborate on how this is measured. Is
Sure.
there a database of reservations that your office maintains?
When we use the word, the reference to room nights, we're normally referring to convention business or group business that's coming into the city. We are Senior Vice President of Convention Sales and Services, and our International Director of Tourism are both here. Usually when we're going after convention business, one, if it's going into the convention center, if it's a major convention, like we're hosting CUNA Credit Union, I think they changed their name, but it's a credit union convention that started this week. It's here every single year. If the group has 1,000 members and they're using 250 rooms per night, let's say for 3 nights, that's 750 room nights. So that is standard nomenclature when we are referencing the overall impact of rooms on a city. There are other things that are tied to it, whereas groups know what their value is prior to coming in, so they know exactly what their economic impact is in terms of hotel rooms, expenditures in the convention center, or the expenditure of their attendees when they're looking at bringing their convention to a city.
All right. Thank you for educating this committee on
Yes,
that.
absolutely.
Thank you so much. You stated in question 15 that Destination DC slightly missed their goal for convention sales and services. Can you help me understand what the goal is for this year, FY 26?
Absolutely, I can. As my team finds the specific goal that I can tell you what it is, I'll share with you the process.
All right.
Usually, as an organization, we have convention sales and tourism sales, domestic and international, because at the end of the day, that's what we influence. How do we bring more people, heads in beds, butts in seats? So as we are looking at group business and leisure business, there is a overall room night goal that's given to each sales manager and an aggregate goal given to the department for number of leads generated, number of room nights generated. And as we are looking at confirming a goal for any given upcoming year, each department has a committee that they work with. So there's a convention committee, marketing committee, tourism, partnerships and alliances, and everybody's favorite, the audit committee. And each year they all come together, and each of the executive members has interfaces with a member of our board of directors who chairs those committees to discuss what we feel a aggressive goal will be for the department in terms of bringing future business into the city. And as we look at 2025, which we just left, that particular year, our numbers were strong, but 2025 was a difficult year in terms of meetings in the year for the year, in terms of government meetings, things that just did not happen simply because of what this government was doing. Groups that perhaps we had leads that we were anticipating were going to be produced for international business did not materialize because groups said we're not willing to consider United States right now, nonetheless Washington, D.C. So we did not meet our goal at 100% in 2025. And what then happens is that each department then discusses with the committee and with our board of directors what we feel is an aggressive goal for the department for the next year. And then the individuals' goals are shared with internally, and then of course signed off on by all of us.
All right. And so then the goal for conventions, which is more domestic, and the goal for tourism, which is international, that for both groups, it was kind of weak in 2025.
Yes.
So what's your goal for 2026?
Yeah, the goal is aggressive. If you'd like the specific goal, I can have my
Okay.
senior VP of convention sales come now. Oh, here, sorry, Robin's sharing it with me now. So the goal is 1 million, a little over 1 million room nights for
Okay.
fiscal year 2026.
All right. And so now we just completed the first quarter.
Yes.
Where are we with meeting this 1 million? Are we at 250?
That's a very good question. The first quarter of fiscal year 2026 is probably one of the weakest in terms of leads being generated for a variety of reasons. You're getting into the holidays and you just don't see as many. So you have ebbs and flows. So, and the same with tourism. Right now, this is not our peak season.
Right.
We're clearly going to see that change. Well, now is we're going into our peak season as we go into March. So then you start seeing more leads being generated. But last year, for all of the government meetings that would have normally taken place that were canceled because the different departments of the government were not sure as to whether or not they'd exist or not, that had a negative impact on the number of leads generated and number of room nights, because there are groups that meet in the year for the year. So everything that happened negatively in 2025 with this new administration had a negative impact on groups that were considering coming to Washington in the year for the year, and or meetings that may have existed, which went away, especially those government-based meetings, simply because there was not a clear path as to who would be attending from various departments.
Okay, and so as we're thinking about this, we're moving into, well, we're in the second quarter.
Yes.
And this would be the higher obtainment opportunity. Are there political, real circumstances that you think would interfere with the quarter being a moneymaker for the organization?
There can be. And in that case, it would be groups that are already confirmed to come that might have weaker attendance because of something that may have happened internationally or domestically, and or something that was stated that makes the international community weary of attending a domestic convention. Because even with, let's say, medical conventions, you could have 10,000 attendees and 40% of them could be international. And in that case, they're concerned about those international attendees actually being able to obtain a visa to come into the US, which has been a huge problem recently. They're concerned about lack of infrastructure in terms of nonstop flights from different parts of the world, specifically India and China. There are no nonstop flights from China to the East Coast right now because Air India has temporarily canceled flights, and Air China is the only option to fly to the East Coast out of China. So no US domestic carriers can fly because they can't fly over Pakistan and Russia. So the dynamics of what we have to get involved with is, we do have to pay attention to what's happening politically, because those things play a huge role in terms of who may not come based on what's happening. So as we're looking at this year, let's look at last year when the National Guard showed up. The first concern that this team had, one, talking to marketing, how do we position the messaging, whereas whatever is being said about Washington is not true, but how do we make sure that individuals that are looking at coming understand the dynamics of what's happening in the city? So even with the National Guard coming here, when individuals started taking pictures with National Guard in the subway stations and what have you, it gave a different perception of the National Guard being here versus what was reality versus what was being stated as to why they were here. The goal for us is to how do we make sure that the integrity of the number of people that were coming for a individual convention doesn't slip because the Washington is stated to be not a safe place to visit. So we have a proactive approach through our convention services department to reach out to those associations or meetings that are coming, making sure that we give them information that they share with their attendees as to safety measures coming into Washington, D.C., flying in from Dulles, and all the things that the city is doing and the federal government are doing to make sure that individuals should feel safe coming into Washington. And even with that, there are still variables that, whereas individuals say, I just don't want to come to the United States right now, I don't feel comfortable. I don't want to come to Washington, D.C. right now because I don't want to run into whatever reasons they may not want to come, without me specifically stating. But these things negatively impact potential visitation to Washington and to the U.S.
I appreciate that very much, hearing from you, because when we get to April and we're talking budget, I just want to make sure that we made the case.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I will say to you that, one, I appreciate you saying that, because now more than ever, the perception that DC's back after COVID, one, we're still dealing with the ramifications of COVID on our industry. But, I just started writing them down as folks were talking. The negative comments about the LGBTQ community, the concern about getting visas. If I'm from wanting to visit the United States and I don't think I can get a visa because that process has been hampered, then I'm going to go somewhere else.
Yeah.
So we have to deal with
Yeah.
that on a regular basis. Immigration policies, negative rhetoric about Washington that's being stated, alienating our allies. Was our number one market. We don't consider it overseas because you can drive in to the US from Canada, but that market has been severely compromised because of the comments made by and rhetoric. And then, of course, what's happening on a global stage that we're actively involved with. All those things have a negative impact in terms of visitation to the US.
Most definitely. And so I just want us to keep our eye on all of this, even what happened this weekend,
Right.
and
that
how it can and will affect us.
Absolutely. And that also ties into why we should be doing more marketing, more advertising, promoting our destination through a different lens versus the rhetoric that is being stated globally every single day by forces that are out of our control. So
I agree,
Mhm.
but I gotta have some data
Absolutely. And we have it.
to buttress that
Absolutely.
argument. Otherwise, it doesn't get heard,
Absolutely.
as you well know.
Right.
And so I'm trying to think as you're expressing what's going on, and the cost of things, because you and I know that it's very easy to take something that we all just take for granted. Nation's capital, the monuments, 250th birthday, they'll come, they'll be here. So how important is Destination DC?
Mhm.
I mean, that's the reality.
Yes.
And your data is going to explain it's very important.
Right.
That's where I'm headed.
No, I appreciate that. And I
Okay.
would augment that by saying that's why we have 1,100 organizations that are members of Destination
Correct.
DC.
There you go.
They want to be under the tent. They want to benefit from what we're
Yeah.
trying to do. And they were really tied into the momentum associated with having additional dollars and marketing globally and doing the advertising that we were able to do with the TRD. We don't focus 100% on what we can't do minus the TRD because we've got to focus on where we are. But we do want right-minded people such as yourself and others that are looking at the economics of the city to truly understand that when we spent more, we made more money for the city and we created more jobs. And there was a larger percentage because over 10% of the hotel tax goes into the general fund. So as we talk about my organization, we get less than 1%. But yet we are the only organization that focuses on bringing additional visitors with Events DC to Washington, DC. And we work closely with Events DC, the Hotel Association and Restaurant Association. But our efforts are solely marketing and advertising and sales and going after those very competitive major conventions that people assume just come here because it's Washington, DC, and don't realize that there's a large effort associated with booking them, even if they're looking at us for 2040.
Okay. I'm hearing you loud and clear.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much for that. Can you talk a minute about how Destination DC works with Events DC?
Absolutely. There's a hospitality alliance. I'll start with Hotel Association and Restaurant Association, even though you reference Events DC. We all work together collectively. Of course, the Restaurant Association and Hotel Associations are advocates for their members. Our goal is solely sales, marketing, advertising, and promoting DC as a destination. As Events DC is a quasi DC government organization, and they basically own brick and mortar. and they are responsible for bringing events to the city. We, in line, we focus on promoting those events that are taking place in Washington, D.C. With Events DC owning major assets such as the convention center, entertainment and sports, Care First Arena, and others. We work closely with them not only on bringing conventions and congresses to the city, but also their efforts to bring sporting events to Washington, D.C. So when the NFL draft was looking at us a few years ago and confirmed us last year, we worked in tandem with Events DC to put together a collective package of not only the assets, the brick and mortar, but of course the hotels, how the infrastructure of the city can support NFL draft coming to the city. We sign a contract with Events DC every 5 years in terms of our efforts to bring conventions to the city, not only to the convention center, but also to individual hotels, and our efforts in terms of marketing and advertising, and what we do in terms of bringing international and domestic leisure visitation to the city. We meet with them all the time. Each of the CEOs of the Hotel Association, Restaurant Association, and Events DC are on our board, as are their chairs. And we can't, one of us cannot operate without the other. So we're in lockstep.
All right. So, in FY25, Destination DC spent 4.6 million with CBE businesses. Can you talk a little bit about this investment?
Absolutely. I'll start it and then I'll kick it over to John Kim because he managed.
Tell us what you think we might be spending in FY26.
Absolutely. A lot of what we spent was tied to the legislation that was written specifically with the TRD in terms of what one, let me start off by saying one of our goals is always to work with local businesses as best we possibly can, or when we can. There's so much talent here in the city, be it members and or others that have their businesses in Washington, D.C. TRD required us to spend more in that particular area, and we worked closely with that organization that focuses on it within DC government. And I'll punt over to John Kim to give you a little bit more specifics as to what we did then and how that has changed now that we don't have the TRD.
The TRD enacted as of April 1st of 2023. And since then, Destination DC received 30 months of TRD. Over that period of time, Destination DC spent over $10.2 million out of about $52 million we received TRD specifically. So it's about 20% that we spent with the local businesses. Specifically for fiscal year 25, of that 10.2, we spent $4.64 million with the local businesses. Now the TRD is no longer available. DDC, our overall budget is much smaller. We cannot make as big spending with a local business as we did in the past for marketing agencies and such. But we are continuing our effort with areas that we can, such as office supplies or the printing, and then other areas that we can, so that our effort continues, although not as big.
All right. Domestic tourism has historically outnumbered international tourism, and you established that point earlier.
Yes.
And this trend is expected to continue. That's the forecast.
Yes.
And you pointed out some of the issues, the visa, et cetera, the air flight, and then there are restrictions and new restrictions in place now because of some other light. Okay. Can you speak to what initiatives focus on attracting domestic visitors?
Absolutely. A lot of domestic visitation is tied to some of our traditional assets, monuments, memorials, and museums. But as we look at promoting Washington from a domestic perspective, we look at a couple of components. One, individuals domestically have been to Washington before, but you may not have seen how the city has continued to grow, be it the wharf, be it theater that's coming to the city, which has been more diversified, especially with what's happening at the Kennedy Center, the food scene, how the neighborhoods continue to have changed, be it Union Market, be it different parts of Washington, historic Anacostia. We're constantly promoting Washington through a different lens of, even if you've been to Washington in the last 3 years, this is what's changed about our destination. And we're tying that in specifically to the cost savings of coming to a city like Washington. One of the largest components of our website is the 100 free things to see and do. So when you think of major first-tier cities, we hands down have the largest number of free things for individuals to see and do. So if you're concerned about budget, Washington is that place to come, whereas you can do tons of free things during the daytime, which then gives you more money to perhaps go to a Caps game or do other things in the city. I'm on the board of the zoo, and we had our meeting on Friday of last week, which of course is a part of the Smithsonian. One thing that really resonates, we were in China recently, and our office in China said you can't even see pandas for free in China, but you can see them for free in Washington, D.C. So as we're looking at galvanizing the domestic community, we're sharing with them the assets that they know, how those assets may have changed, assets being, of course, museums, the new museums that are opening, the Milken Center that just opened, the National Geographic Museum that's opening soon, the 10th anniversary already of African American History and Culture Museum this year, 50th anniversary of Air and Space Museum, the reopening of the Hirshhorn, the sculpture gallery at the Hirshhorn, and the list goes on. And then, of course, another component of what we do, I'm on the board of the Jazz Festival, moving the Jazz Festival to Labor Day when the city is not full. And the hotels are going to offer a better rate, means we'll have an opportunity to maximize on more visitation when we really need the business in the city. So these are all things in which we focus on our website in terms of promoting DC to the domestic community. Locally, we do the same thing. I love the fact that people in Washington say I go to washington.org all the time when I have family coming in town or people coming in town, because we know that Washingtonians only visit the monuments, memorials when they have visitors coming, and they always say they're going to do it when their visitors are not here, but they don't do it. But they do come to our website and they find all things that are happening in the city, in our neighborhoods, to support an opportunity in terms of things that they can see and do. And then, of course, on our website, there's suggested itineraries tied to being here for 1 day, 3 days, 5 days, specific to Washington, D.C. and the region as a whole.
Okay, thank you. Almost done.
I'm good.
All right. You mentioned in your responses that marketing priorities and strategies are made in collaboration with your agency of record, MMGY Global.
Yes.
Can you speak to the role the contractor plays and the costs associated with the contractor?
Absolutely. And if you would indulge me, I will ask Robin McLean again, our Chief Marketing Officer, to share.
Sure. So MMGY Global has been our agency of record for media buying for several years. And the reason we work with them is because of the strategy associated with their platforms and product. And so it's identifying within our top domestic markets, looking at target audiences, defining them, being able to target them both through our ad buys, but also through platforms that MMGY provides. They're very specific to tourism marketing. And then through those ad buys, we are a digital first strategy. And so a lot of what Elliot just shared about Washington.org, the visitor is ending up at Washington.org to find that content, to inspire that travel. And so There's a, in tourism marketing, it's actually in consumer marketing in general. It's first you have that inspiration, and then you have that consideration, and then you have the conversion. And so through all of those points, working with MMGY, we're set up really well there. And then in terms of, if you're talking about budget, roughly 10 to 12% of the media spend, which is traditional in the marketplace.
And might I add, as we talk about our relationship with MMGY and other organizations, as a destination marketing organization, there are about 700 DMOs globally. We were one of the first to bring all of our creative in-house. So in essence, the true work that's done in terms of our creative, our website, our videos, all of our collateral, you name it, it's all done in-house by Robin and her team. And then, of course, MMGY plays their role in terms of ad placement and what have you. But we save a considerable amount of money, and we're able to control our creative simply because we do it all ourselves.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I asked the public witnesses what they anticipate doing during the 250th birthday. So what do we plan on doing, Destination DC?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that as a point of clarification, the number one thing that we do is promote anything that's happening in the city. So it's very rare, unless it's specific to us going after convention business or leisure business, that we actually put on events in Washington. The last thing that we were actively involved with was the Taste of DC over 20 years ago. So we support any and every event or activity that's taking place in the city. And as we are talking to, Lindsay Parker and her team and other members, our goal is to learn as much as we possibly can in terms of what they're planning. And in the case with Lindsay Parker, we're working in tandem with her in terms of some of the events and activities that are already, Emancipation Day. How does that play a role in America's 250? And then we will, in turn, focus on promoting it as something that individuals can do when they're coming into the city. So the only caveat to what I said is that we rarely ever put on events unless they're specific to us marketing DC, outside of DC, or in DC when we have customers in the city. But we work with all organizations. If was talked about GoGo earlier today, which, plays a huge role in how we promote Washington as a destination. If there's something that the GoGo Museum is doing and tying it into America's 250, we can assure you it'll be on our website.
So you are not compelling every entity in our local community to have something going on during the 250th birthday year.
Yeah, we're sharing with our members. These are things that might resonate with visitors. As hotels are looking at how are they playing an active role in promoting America's 250, they're sharing with us exactly what their plans are. Like if they have a package tied to the 4th of July, unfortunately, when you look at the 4th of July in Washington, D.C., you see thousands of people on the National Mall, but the hotels are not full. So there are events that take place in the city. And the reason why I start with hotels is because it starts with heads and beds, which then continues on with butts and seats. Because if you're staying in a hotel in DC, you're going to eat at least 2 to 3 meals a day, going to go shopping, the list goes on and on and on. But if you're from the region and you come into the city for that event, once that event is over, plus or minus a meal or something you buy that's quick, you're going to go back home. So how do we influence and engage individuals to physically come, stay in the city? Because that is the direct the direct way of making sure that there's a larger economic impact with those people that are coming to Washington.
So are the hotels going to have a discount week or discount month, or
Nobody likes to use the word discount, but they will offer packages.
Premium.
They will offer packages tied to specific times
Okay.
that individuals can come into Washington that might include, like a restaurant might include certain aspects if you come in during the second restaurant week during the summer. And we'll work with Sean Townsend and his team at the Restaurant Association as their members that are members of his organization that are restaurants and some that are our organization. The goal is how do we aggregate it to really showcase what restaurants are doing for America's 250.
All right. Well, I appreciate that. I think we have completed all the questions that we have. And you've been fantastic with sharing what you do to a great degree, how you do it. And so I would just remind again, think April budget, okay? And all right, so and we'll leave it at that. And thank you very, very, very much.
Yes, ma'am. And might I conclude by saying thank you again for your years of service. Thank you for understanding and recognizing the importance of hospitality when we continue to have to explain to people the importance of hospitality. In a city like Washington, where the federal government has such a large footprint, sometimes it's not perceived that hospitality creates jobs that pay higher wages. When we do a marketing campaign for the spring, it's lost on several individuals that a strong marketing campaign that Robin and her team put on means more visitors will be in Washington within 90 days versus something that might take 18 months or longer. So we appreciate your efforts and we continue to look forward to working with you. So thank you to you and your team.
Yes, and thank you very much. And I hope that when you think about April, think about some robust understanding of the value of the workforce opportunities that come through your stream. You have 1,100 members. So let's not just focus, Destination DC, but it's the whole gamut of what you can offer, because 1,100 bona fide members is far greater than the number of businesses that are currently participating in workforce on behalf of our city.
I agree.
You've got them right there. Let's utilize them and let the coins flow as they need to flow so that we get a big bang for our buck.
Yes, ma'am. I totally agree.
Okay.
So thank you for that.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much.
And I add thank you to your team too. They're wonderful to work with. So.
All right. Thank you. We will now move to the Executive Office of the Mayor and the Mayor's Office of Community Affairs. For anyone who has been following, you will recall that we previously received public testimony from the Executive Office of the Mayor and the Mayor's Office of Community Affairs on Wednesday, February 4th. But today we will have the opportunity to speak with government witnesses of these agencies. And the purpose of the Executive Office of the Mayor is to support government operations and to advance the policy goals of the mayor. And so let me swear in the witness table soon as they're in place. Okay. All right. Would you raise your right hand? And do you swear and affirm that the testimony you provide before us today is complete and accurate? Thank you. Thank you very much. And so we will hear from the Mayor's Chief of Staff, Thomas Talamonte, about the EOM and its responsibilities for implementing specific goals and objectives, providing district agencies with leadership, support, and oversight. And as you know, in the past year, the Executive Office of the Mayor underwent a reorganization, consolidating several important divisions of service. And so we'll learn more about that today. And we will be discussing the impact of this reorganization. It has, in particular, focusing on grant making and how these functions have improved. And of course, we will discuss the EOM's role in advancing the mayor's policy goals and projects and in addressing community concerns as they may arise. And so with that,
Great.
turn
Thank
the
you.
table over. All right.
Good morning, Councilmember Bonds, members of the Executive Administration and Labor Committee, staff, and the public that are watching today. My name is Tomas Arturo Talamante, and I have the honor of serving as Chief of Staff to Mayor Bowser and Director of Intergovernmental Affairs for the Mayor. On her behalf, I'm pleased to provide testimony for performance oversight for the Executive Office of the Mayor for fiscal years 25 and 2026 to date. The mission of the Executive Office of the Mayor is to serve the public by supporting the mayor in governing, including constituent engagement and media relations. EOM implements policy, engages residents, keeps the media and community informed of the Bowser administration initiative and activities, and ensures alignment of government actions to the DC values residents have entrusted us to protect and defend. EOM Communications, led by Director Susana Castillo, is responsible for clear, consistent, and effective communication between the district government and our residents. This includes strategic messaging, collaboration with agencies, and an innovative outreach to promote city initiatives and strengthen public trust while supporting government operations. In FY25 to 26 to date, Mayor Bowser has conducted over 230 press events in all 8 wards of the district. The Office of Intergovernmental Affairs, led by myself and Deputy Director Rich Harrington, serves as the primary liaison between EOM and the Council of the District of Columbia, as well as external partners in Congress, the White House, and other government entities in the region and nationally. This year, the IGA team secured over $199 million in federal funding through the district's federal payment, including $90 million for the Emergency Planning and Security Fund, which will help us plan for America 250 and support America 250 events, as well as $40 million for DC TAG, where we were also able to raise the annual and lifetime caps for that program. IGA also worked to ensure that the commander's return to DC was successful by passing the RFK deal in the council. And Councilmember Bonds, we thank you for your support on that. IGA includes the Office of Policy and Legislative Affairs, led by Deputy Director Naomi Parnes, and then our Office of Federal and Regional Affairs, led by Deputy Director Cody Kirk. The Office of Secretary of State of the District of Columbia, led by Secretary of State Kimberly Bassett, provides protocol, authentication, and public records management services to the mayor and to district government agencies. In addition to managing the District of Columbia archives, commissioning all of the DC notaries public, and publishing the DC Register and DC municipal regulations, the Office of the Secretary is responsible for maintaining official records of mayoral actions and preparing executive orders, proclamations, directives, and administrative issuances. I'm aware the committee has already had their oversight with Secretary Bassett. I know she did such a great job, so we want to thank you for that. I do want to highlight some FY25 highlights. So during the most recent shutdown, the Office of Secretary processed and approved 604 marriage licenses, and they have 1,459 notaries have been commissioned in FY25 and 26 today. The EOM and Engagement and Operations team, led by Deputy Chief of Staff Steve Walker, engages residents in all 8 wards and ensures smooth executive branch operations. EOM engagement includes the Mayor's Office of Community Affairs, the Mayor's Office of Community Relations and Services, or as we affectionately call them, MOCAs, the Mayor's Office of Talent and Appointments, the Mayor's Office of Scheduling in Advance, and the Mayor's Correspondence Unit. And the Mayor Support Services team, sorry. In FY26 budget, Mayor Bowser introduced a major reorganization within the Executive Office of the Mayor, streamlining the 16 constituent service offices into 3 key divisions. cultural affairs, community relations, and community partnerships. This restructuring is designed to enhance efficiency, improve service delivery, and strengthen community engagement across the district. The Mayor's Office of Community Affairs, led by Director Lamont Carey, includes both community partnerships and cultural engagement offices. The Mayor's Office of Cultural Affairs is dedicated to serving specific cultural and identity-based communities. By centralizing these offices under the Cultural Affairs Division, the administration aims to better coordinate outreach, amplify cultural initiatives, and ensure each community's unique needs and contributions are recognized and supported. And we have longer testimony where we'll highlight a lot of our different successes throughout the year. But one also want to call out our Mayor's Office of Community Partnerships, which focuses on building and expanding relationships with the philanthropic community. The goal of this unit is to secure and mobilize volunteers, resources, and strategic partners to help with community initiatives, ensuring that the district has the necessary tools to thrive. And that includes offices like MOVA, the Veterans Affairs Office, Women's Policy and Initiatives, Returning Citizens Office, and the Office of Volunteer and Partnerships, or Serve DC. This fiscal year, we centralized all MOCA grants within partnerships unit at Serve DC. The consolidation of grant administration has had some immediate outcomes. Internally, we've improved coordination across the community affairs team by reducing duplication among multiple standalone grant issuing offices and shifting oversight to a unified structure. Centralizing grant making into one dedicated team has also created consistent processes and aligned staffing. The Serve DC grants team strengthens capacity and creates more efficient workflows. And the MOCA offices have now one grant administration, which is just helping us get what we need to get out to community groups a little bit better. The best results, however, are clearly with our community partners by creating clearer, more coordinated points of contact across EOM's outreach and community affairs team, reducing duplication when organized, which has helped reduce duplication when organizations have sought support from us. Our partners now only have to submit one grant application to serve the community instead of in the past where an organization may have had to submit upwards of up to five applications. And then they would have to submit 5 different reports and then deal with 5 different grant managers. And they now have one. So it's very streamlined, it's very efficient. The other immediate benefit to our partners is funding. The consolidation gives EOM the ability to fund more comprehensive and fund some strong proposals. Compared to last fiscal year, the minimum amount of funding awarded was $15,000 compared to $2,000 last fiscal year, and the maximum amount was $100,000 compared to $50,000 last fiscal year. We invite everyone to visit communityaffairs.dc.gov, where you can take a look at EOM's 111 diverse community partnerships totaling $3.8 million of funded programs across all 8 wards, all cultural groups, providing education, public safety, violence prevention, statehood, cultural humility, and supporting the growth agenda. So this will be our last performance oversight in front of you, council member. And so as we run through the tape, the Executive Office of Mayor is firmly committed to delivering the responsive, coordinated, and community-centered government that the district residents expect and deserve. The progress we've made, whether it's in strengthening public safety, expanding economic opportunity, deepening cultural engagement, or modernizing how we serve our community partners, demonstrates what is possible when we stay focused on results and rooted in what the mayor calls our DC values. I'm grateful for the partnership with the community and with the council, and I look forward to our continued shared work to advance the district's growth, equity, prosperity in all 8 wards. Councilmember Bonds, that concludes my testimony. I know I've submitted a longer one as well for the record, but look forward to taking your questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. And I think today, and I think that you're ready and you can do this. Today, let's talk for a minute. You talk about the progress that our city has made. Whether it's strengthening public safety, expanding economic development, deepening cultural engagement, or modernizing. Give me some examples. I think the public knows, but let's put it on the record.
Yeah.
What we're talking about.
Well, I think we have created a long record of ensuring that we are creating pathways to the middle class for our residents. And we've done just that throughout our 11 years in office. And there's many ways to do that, right? So we have expanded programs like SYEP. We have created different investments in job creating investments so that, you know, we have a new stadium that's being built that's real jobs for our residents. We were able to do the Capital One renovation, which was also real jobs for residents, and CBEs. We had, when we visited the Capital One Arena a few weeks back, we had so many CBEs and a lot of women-led CBEs that are doing this work on these projects. So we've also been very hyper-focused on violent crime reduction. And so we've had an extreme drop last year in our violent crime. We continue to see the data trending that way. But then we're not only are we, you know, working to get where we need to with officer hiring and where we need to with but we have also utilized new tools that will help us. So as you know, the curfew for juvenile, we were able to get that passed. It's going to expire soon, and we need that tool though, because that has been a very helpful tool for MPD to ensure that we're keeping youth safe and that we're keeping down juvenile crime. So we are always looking at those ways that we can support and come to you and work with council to help continue our downward trends on violent crime. We also, I would just say, we have so many other programs that we have seen such great strides in, like education. The mayor has invested so much money in education over the past years, and we even announced an increase to UPSF in the upcoming budget. But we're seeing that those investments really lead. Our kids are coming back from COVID and their educational outcomes way better than other jurisdictions across the country. If you go to across the city, we have modernized and redeveloped so many schools. We have so many. We were just at Anacostia Rec Center at Ketchum this weekend, celebrating. We have some of the best rec centers in the country, and we're one of we're the best city for parks in the country because of all of those investments. So there's so many things that I could talk about, but I'm just really proud of what we have been very focused on, which is delivering for our residents, making sure that they know the services that are available to them, and you know, making the decisions that we have to. Sometimes they're the tough decisions, and the tough decisions aren't always the easy ones. But that's how we have been very hyper focused on pathways and opportunities for our residents.
All right, thank you very much for that. Talk a little bit about deepening cultural engagement.
Yeah, very, very excited for the restructure and reform of our community affairs office. This is a long time coming. And Steve and Lamont have done a phenomenal job in ensuring that these offices are getting the support they need, but the communities. So I'm going to let the director and Steve talk through a little bit about what their work is and how they are strengthening and pulling communities together. But a great example of this is we just got off of World Pride. And so proud of the work that what our LGBTQ affairs office did last year to really put us on the map for I would say the best World Pride yet. But we were able to support large scale events like that in a more unified structure through the leadership of Steve and Lamont. So Steve, I'll let you take it away.
Thank you very much, Tomas. I'll start and I'll have Director Carey fill in as well. So when the mayor decided to reorganize EOM and create these three distinct lines of work, as Tomas mentioned in his testimony, community partnerships, which has the offices of Veterans Affairs, Women's Policy and Initiatives, Returning Citizens Affairs, and Serve DC. That is focused on how we build those relationships with communities to expand our abilities to outreach, to be a force multiplier. The Cultural Affairs team, which is also, they all both report to Director Carey, really focuses on those cultural groups and identity groups, and really now focus on how do we strengthen relationships with communities. And then the community relations team, which includes now what was formerly known as the Office of Religious Affairs and the Office of Nightlife and Culture, is really focused on our block by block engagement with residents, businesses, and faith institutions. And so those three distinct lines of how we engage with residents, we believe that this year we hit the sweet spot in engaging either from culturally to make sure we're having the best events ever. We just celebrated GoGo's 50th anniversary with our Office of African American Affairs and with the GoGo Museum. This is now Women's History Month, which is another thing that we'll be doing with our community partnerships team. And so those are a couple of examples of how we're working to better to streamline our engagement with residents, businesses, faith institutions, and others.
So I'll piggyback and give a little bit more specifics. Friday, with the liaison for African American Affairs, we went to Ron Brown Academy, and he arranged for the Buffalo Soldiers to be there to educate the kids on that history. So that strengthened pride, cultural. Another example, as Decos mentioned, the Salsa Go-Go took place Saturday, phenomenal event. So it's about how do we celebrate the individual cultures, but also how do we bring them together so that we each learn from each other and build stronger communities throughout the district. So those are a few examples that have taken place. And now we're looking at how can we continue to celebrate individuals as well as bring work together to bring unity. And so we're looking at tax season. We're looking at, are there opportunities for us to join forces to make sure DC residents have access to individuals that's going to help them in filing their taxes. So those are some examples of some of the things that the MOCA offices are doing.
I really appreciate hearing that, particularly your last point about the tax season and ways to help district residents. For many, many years, my mom would track down Benning Road to the library it was a religious thing for her. She had to be there, and she knew what time she had to be there when the library opened, or she'd have to wait in line to get assistance with her taxes. And as a true senior, I think that there are many seniors across the city. If you can do something like that, you'll get an apple, because they really, really, I've heard it wherever I go to any of the wellness centers, just in general, they really would appreciate that. And I think this year might be even more trying. So anything you can come up with. So you're on the money. That's great. That's terrific. Thank you for that. I thought we would start with a nice burst of energy about what these offices do that are within EOM. There's always this mystery. What really happens there? Are they just waiting hand and foot on the mayor or on some so-called superstructure? And there are people who really believe that, so I'm not being, just catty here. The fact that the executive office of the mayor does policy, everyone knows that and expects that, but everyone doesn't understand how it undergirds the agency so that we get content from the community, so that we give content from the agencies to the community. So I wanted us to just explore that for a minute. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, of course. And if I could add, council member, I've been with the mayor 11 years, 2 months, some change. Team EOM is the hardest working team, really, I would say, that I've had an honor to be a part of. And our teams are there 7 days a week, day and night, making sure that our constituents and our residents get what they need. So for example, during snow, we were setting up situational updates. We were on snow calls, making sure that the issues that were being flagged on QAQC were being put on the radar of DPW. Steve was deploying an army of volunteers out to shovel. That's like, we are all hands in on when there's large incidents like snow or the Potomac Interceptor or we supported DC Water with their community meeting. This team, with many in the room right now, Susanna, Steve, were making sure that they had the tech that they could have so that residents could engage properly and call in. So this team works really tough, really hard every single day. And I'm very proud to be a part of this team. And we do, I would say that we have created a culture of really strong information sharing with constituents and residents that was really mimicked. It was really, I would say, COVID. You would see other jurisdictions copy our situational updates and copy our structure because we really were creating a level of information sharing that now our residents expect. And so I would hope for the next mayor, whoever that will be, that they take some of the skills and best practices that we've been able to use with like situational updates, engaging in the press, our constituent services, really just top notch, and emulate a lot of that. 'Cause this team works really hard to make sure we're doing right by our residents with that.
Well, I think you make a very fair point in that the the hope, and I would like to say the goal is that future administrations will take advantage of the systems that we put in place, and they can be modified as technology changes, as the community changes. But certainly having a protocol in place is very helpful. I was once in that place where you all are now, and I can tell you, it is a very hard working unit. And if I'm not mistaken, I think it's 24/7 because, okay, phone calls at 1:30 in the morning. Yes. Okay. All right. Reporting in at 7:30 in the morning. Yes. And I know that many of the employees in the EOM, it's nonstop. And I thank you all for that. And I know that you a little tired, but it's okay because you get to take that to the next station and it does pay off. It pays off in that you have a clear understanding of the goals. You have a clear understanding of who you work for, because as public servants, that's so important. And it's rewarding. And when you go to bed at night, I bet you go to sleep. There's no messing around for you. And so I appreciate you very much. Just wanted to share that. And since this is my last year, I can say these things, and I'm old enough to say these things, and I can compliment people for a job well done. And so I just wanted to share that with you. 100%.
Thank you so much, council member.
Okay. What do you hope to accomplish in the next 9 months? What do you think's going to happen?
It's a great question. Well, as we say, we're going to run through the tape. So we will be in office until January 2nd, 2027, and we will be running through the tape to do just that. We got some big projects coming up still. So we have a budget that we'll introduce to you all in April, and it's going to be a tougher budget, but there's a lot that we want to make sure that we get done and secured within the budget process. We have a lot of opportunity with the federal government as well. So we'll have one last federal payment that we're going to be advocating for. Our goal is to ensure that we try to get and secure the levels of funding that we need for DC TAG, DCPS and DC Public Charter, the Emergency Planning and Security Fund. The fact that we were able to get that in the past, it was $30 million. We were able in a non-inauguration year to get $90 million. It's unheard of, but we worked really hard in the Congress to make sure that we were able to get that done. So we'll prioritize making sure those levels of funding occur, keeping off any anti-DC riders as well that are new. We want to make sure that we're not having, we're dealing with such unprecedented attacks from the Congress right now. We got to make sure that they don't add in any new riders or try to do that. So we'll be hyper focused on that. Our community teams, I think, again, with our restructure, we want to make sure that we're getting grant dollars out the door. We're, helping our community groups get the resources they need. I think we have a poster behind us, which has so much about all of the great ways that the restructure has helped us get the grant dollars out, get them to communities in need, and making sure that they're also doing great work with the grant dollars that they're receiving, and that oversight is important to us. So I think we're going to continue to make sure that we have some big opportunities for our community groups, our resident groups, and then just we got a lot of work to still get done. So we're going to be hyper focused on a lot of different events, and every single month we're going to have this month is Women's History Month, so we'll have some big events related to women's history. We have March Madness with DEMPED coming up. So we'll have a lot of these large scale sort of events still occurring, and a lot of great opportunities that we're going to stay hyper focused. And then this summer, there's going to be It's America 250. So we're going to have, I know Lindsay will talk a lot more about that in her hearing, but we have a lot of big fun events coming to the city too. So we're going to have some fun as well while we work hard, but we're also going to have a lot of fun and a lot of good opportunities for residents to go out and maybe we get you in one of the Indy race cars so you can drive you. They go really
I
fast.
only go maybe 85. I've never done much past that. And that's to park, me too. It's on the freeway, okay. But I wanted to ask you about, you mentioned the emergency fund, trying to get more from, I'm assuming, get more from the federal government.
Yep.
Are you taking into consideration that we need quite a bit more?
Yep.
And if we had more, we could do so much more,
Yep.
particularly to at least over the next 2-3 years,
Mhm.
especially to engage our young people
Mhm.
in some meaningful activities,
Mhm.
things that they might want to do, or we introduce it and they may decide it's something they want to continue to do. I'm just thinking when we talk about more resources, the opportunity for more resources from the federal government, I think we ought to push really hard. I know that the National Guard would like to go home. They have jobs, they have families.
Mhm.
And but it seems to me that in order for us to continue to have this big, beautiful, safe community, at least it's perceived that the feds helped a great deal. So
Yep.
can they really help a great deal?
That's a good question. So we do believe that the funding, we can keep it increased, and we're going to keep trying to get secure and stay within the $90 million level. Why that is because a lot of these large scale events are going to be here again next year.
Yeah.
The one thing about this president, he loves a big event. So that takes a lot of resources, and then and the emergency planning and security fund is how we reimburse ourselves for the supports. It's also for our First Amendment supports of the federal government as well. So there, with so much going on in the Middle East right now, First Amendment activities have increased at dramatic levels, way more than in years past. So that increased need for the fund is going to be there again next year. So we're going to be definitely advocating for that and making sure that we do that. You were talking about youth and getting youth involved. One thing that we do, so all of our events go through the Mayor's Special Events Task Force Group, which is chaired by Tanya Mitchell, and I co-chair that with her. And we have a lot of large scale events that are coming up this year, from Indy race to there's a UFC fight to some music festivals coming down to the National Mall and the Pennsylvania Avenue, to our normal events like Palisades, 4th of July, et cetera. For those new large scale events, we're trying to find ways that we can engage like different youth groups and making sure that they can be a part of the process and get some experience with seeing how these large scale events work and how we do that. So that is something that we're looking at for especially these like Indy race and some of these larger events, is how do we make sure that we get like youth involved, and so they can see like when are we ever going to have another big, well, hopefully it becomes an annual event, but this is going to be at this scale It hasn't been years since we've had a large race like this in the district. So we want to make sure that we're using these opportunities and these big events as educational opportunities. And we've done that in the past with some of our large events. And so we want to just make sure that we're taking advantage of America 250, these big events, and looping in and engaging our youth so they can get experience and see what these events, how we do them, how we plan them, and be able to see that.
Great. And so does that mean that the events, some of the events have the potential to be family oriented? I
Absolutely.
don't know whether we do a dog show. Everyone has a dog. You know, every household
Yeah.
has a dog. I don't
Yeah.
know if we want to do that.
Yeah.
But it seems to me from what I hear and what I know about, you know, how we operate in the city, our focus is usually on the adult. It's focused there because, well, we really need to make a little money from it.
Mhm.
We need the revenue. I mean, we don't grow corn here. You know, we don't have crops. We don't have something, a commodity that we sell to the rest of the world. So we're it. And therefore it's the adult that usually is the point of commerce. But how do we really engage
Mhm.
our young people in some fun things that
Absolutely.
they might like to do?
Absolutely.
I don't know if they want a dog, you
They
know,
might.
show, but you know, they probably would love to have their own opportunity to do a little mini indie, you know,
Yeah.
race car, you know. I don't know if we can bring that here, you know. There was one out in the Prince George's County at one time that I took a bunch of young people to. But there are things that we can do, and I hope if we have the opportunity, let's think about that side of the coin as
Absolutely.
well.
Absolutely. And I would say one thing that I know you just heard from Destination DC, but we work really in lockstep with Destination DC, Events DC, to attract new large events. And so that was part of, we worked with them hand in hand to get World Pride. And we made sure that events like that we're attracting are going to be family friendly, have opportunities. So the World Pride, for example, next year we're going to have the NFL draft. There is going to be free opportunities for residents there. So when we're looking at these large events and trying to attract them in and try to bring new events to the district, we're always with an eye of how do we make sure that our residents have an opportunity to enjoy it, to be part of it. And some of them are ticketed, some of them are not, but we're always working to try to do that. Even when we did something in the water use for a few years back with Pharrell gave high school students tickets to be able to go, and that was a very exciting opportunity for, I think it was high school seniors, for them to be able to be a part of it and be involved. And so we try to do that. And then Steve is going to talk a little bit about some of our other big fun events that we have that are open, that are going to be fun for families, and that we want to have them come join out and participate in
All
them.
right. So I'm going to hear about cheerleader competition and all of that. And what is it? Basket dump contest for our middle school and high schoolers. I don't know.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons that we have the best park system in the nation 5 years running is because of what they do at DPR. So DPR has a plethora of programs and services targeted to young people. Like one late night hike we know is really important, and it helps not only give young people something to do, but also helps with our goal to drive down crime. So that's just DPR has everything, whether it's basketball, tennis at the Southeast Tennis and Learning Center, so many other programs targeting youth people, summer camp that's going to be coming up. So I would tell people to go to dpr.dc.gov, where you can find a list of all the events that are upcoming, where they can put their young people into parks and recreation activities. In terms of other events, Tomas mentioned a couple of big ones. I think the one that we're really looking forward to this year is Emancipation Day. It'll be our 21st celebration of Emancipation Day in the district. And so the Emancipation Day Festival, which includes a parade, a concert, and a kids zone, will happen again this year. It'll be on Sunday, April 19th. And so we hope to have thousands and thousands of Washingtonians join us at the Emancipation Day. Those are just a couple of examples of big things that are coming down the line.
And so in the kids zone, what is that, like a big ball arena where you can just fall down in the balls and do
It-
that kind of stuff?
DPR brings its entire portfolio of things targeted to young people. So
Okay.
there are many bicycle races. There's so many different things that kids can do. I think the other thing that's coming up that is a multi-agency event that targets young people is Truck Touch. So again, it's an opportunity we get a chance to take a look at all of the big machinery that we have in the district's portfolio.
I like
I
that.
mean, one of my favorite pictures I've taken this administration is me sitting inside of a fire truck. So the 12-year-old in me was able to have a great time there. And so it's another example of family friend activity that we have in the district.
All right. Thank you very much for that. As it relates to the reorganization and the combination of the granting process, were any grants modified, delayed, or discontinued due to the consolidation?
S- s- there were no changes in when the consolidation, as Tomas mentioned earlier, there were more, for example, organizations that received a maximum of $10,000 last year. This year, they received the minimum, where those that applied received the minimum of $15,000. So that was due to the consolidation where we were able, also in addition to that, uh, even offices that their constituents weren't offered grants in previous years, now that they can apply. So you can register to apply for African American, LGBTQ, all in the same grant without having to uh, apply for different grants. And so the grants rolled out. I believe 111 individuals received grants, and those cover legal support, sports, entertainment, mentorship, education, and the like. So though they rolled out on time, from my understanding, there was no delays in rolling out, and the amount that an individual could apply for had increased.
And are the grants, are they multi-generational or are they primarily for young people?
A mixture. It's a mixture.
Yeah, it's a comprehensive. So the grants program got better this year with the consolidation. And I would invite everyone to go to communityaffairs.dc.gov and look under Community Partnerships tab, where you can see our grants dashboard. You're able to take a look at all those grant programs that Director Carey mentioned, and you can look by ward. You can search if you go, I want to see which programs are funded in all the wards. And literally you can find each ward, the name of the organization, and the communities they serve. You can look by type of program. So we had 3 overarching buckets by which we funded programs: education, clean and safe, and the growth agenda. And so you can find, if you wanted to see which programs in Ward 3 are serving education for African-American young people, you literally can use our dashboard to find that sort of like diversity in terms of what our programs are. So we got much better this year with our grants. And though there were no changes, nothing happened other than bringing the programs together and having a more consolidated effort of engaging our community partners.
Thank you very much for that. And I think the public can see your chart, and it shows that the lion's share of the resources concentrated in Ward 7 and 8, and looks like Ward 1, where we do have quite a few young people. And I'm looking at Ward 3. Ward 3 got the least number, but then that's okay because Ward 3 has the most seniors. So I guess the concentration is on our young people. We tend to go in that
And we were really
direction.
deliberate about making sure that the community affairs programs matched what the community needs were. So we're really proud of the fact that we've got more programs serving our communities east of the river now. And it's primarily Ward 7 and 8, but also big chunks of Ward 5. So we're really focused on those programs that serve, as I mentioned, kid communities around education and public safety as well.
Well, thank you for that. Um, what oversight do you conduct to regarding these programs to make sure that they're effectively and efficiently using the funds?
A great question, council member. And so as Tomas mentioned in his testimony, we have consolidated all the grant staff under the community partnerships team at Serve DC. So all of our grantees have one grant manager. That is their primary liaison to the executive office of the mayor as far as the grant is concerned. In terms of monitoring grants, our grants monitors will engage with each one of the grantees. They all have a site, they have multiple site visits. So we will send our team out and go in person and have a meeting with the grantees. They all have a quarterly report that's due to the EOM. Then it comes to EOM through the Serve DC grants team. And then at the end of the year, in our compliance and audit team, which is led by Pedro Mojica, also does random audits for each one of our grantees. So he and his team will pick a grantee at random, and they'll just give them a call or check on their progress report, just to make sure things are flowing well. And so again, we've seen nothing but a great engagement with our partners so far this fiscal year.
All right, you answered 3 of my questions there. Thank you. The Office of Intergovernmental Affairs, it has a significant role in engaging the federal government. How frequently does the office meet with federal partners?
Every single day, multiple times a day.
Wow.
So when Mayor Bowser took office back in 2015, she actually created the Office of Federal and Regional Affairs. Prior to us being in office, I think there was one person in OPLA who half of their time was
Yes.
federal engagement. So since 2015, we have had a really robust and concentrated engagement with the federal government. And so each and every day we're talking to our committees on the Hill. So that's appropriations, oversight. We can get inquiries from individual offices asking about a different issue or something that an agency is working on. We set up tours for the Hill and for our federal partners. So we just did a tour with all of our oversight and appropriations committees of the Real-Time Crime Center and HCMA Fusion Center, so they could see that. So we do things like that. We also then, we are meeting with the different federal agencies all the time, meeting with the White House themselves all the time. The White House has an intergovernmental affairs team that we engage with primarily with at the White House. And then we do national associations and as well. So DC is a member of the U.S. Conference of Mayors so the mayor is a member of that. But we're also a member of National League of Cities, which I know some of your colleagues are active in National League of Cities as well. We're also a county, so we're a member of the National Association of Counties, and we just came off of their big convening this last week where we had county officials from all across the country, and so we are a county, so we participate in that. And then we also participate in other large groups, like Bloomberg has a cities group that we participate in. So we do a lot of that national engagement with the different organizations. And then we do regional engagement as well. So we were active on at the opening day of Maryland and Virginia's assemblies. We attended and we had representation there. We work with the COG, and I serve on the COG board, but we work with our COG partners on a lot of the regional issues. So each and every day we're talking to our federal partners or regional partners to ensure that we're prioritizing and advancing our priorities in the White House and in Congress and with our federal agencies.
So when you talk about regional and you speak of the what you're doing with the federal groups like Capitol Hill, I don't guess you do tours for the White House staff, but
we have actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are we speaking, what is the size of the staff for this function?
We have Intergovernmental Affairs is OFRA and OPLA. On our OFRA team, there is, I'll count 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 6 on the OFRA team. And then OPLA, I think, is about 8 or 9.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and so the teams, but each of both OPLA and OFRA, the teams are broken out into different portfolios. And so On the OPLA side, they're assigned by committee, but in OFRA, we break out different portfolios for them. So some may be working on Senate oversight stuff. So others, we have an appropriations lead. So for all of our appropriations work, Cody helps lead that for our work. Or
Okay, can I get an
yeah, we
organizational
can get you
chart
chart.
that would show that?
Yeah,
Thank
absolutely.
you. Okay. A question, and this will come up, of course, when we're talking budget, but in doing this work, let's say with the regional partners, because you have to travel to these activities, um, is the budget that you operate under, does it cover the mayor, a couple of staff persons, and also our security? Can you help me understand what that might be as we look at what's considered the robust budget, travel budget that the
Yeah.
mayor may have?
So we reorged when we created the Department of Intergovernmental Affairs. That moved into the budget for that office, moved into EOM. So any of our travel, the mayor's travel, any of the travel of our intergovernmental affairs team would be in the EOM budget. Can't speak for detail. I believe that's out of MPD budget for the security detail. But what I would say is we work best to have we have like a travel budget that we try to look to each year and see like what are the conferences we know are going to occur. There's always a summer meeting for conference of mayors. There's always a winter meeting. There's certain stuff like that that we can prepare for and know that we'll have those. But then we have some events that pop up that we make sure to put a little bit of a budget with just in case we have some new events that may pop up. We also pay for our dues out of our EOM budget. So we have dues for Conference of Mayors, African American Mayors Association, National League of Cities, National Association of Counties. So that is also part of our budget. And with that being said, though, some of these trips, a lot of them are in DC. Every single association has a DC meeting. So we do also budget out our conference registrations and think about what are those going to be each year. So we try to make sure that we have a very thorough budget for both travel, conference registrations, stuff like that.
All right, and so the travel budget, as an example, would contain all of the expenses that have been borne for that particular year for the mayor and I guess traveling staff. Is it customary that the mayor take 20 people with her or two?
No, we're usually pretty limited on how many staff go
Yeah.
on the trip,
Yeah.
depending on the trip, depending on where. But we don't
understand.
take a big posse with us.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I just
no.
had to ask that. Okay, and as it relates to the hosting, DC hosting other organizations, particularly for conferences and what have you, is the budget divided so that is a separate line item, or is it all a part of the EOM travel budget?
It would be all EOM.
Okay,
budget.
and dues would be incumbent in
In the
this?
EOM budget, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
For travel.
For the dues or no, it would just be, I think dues is its own.
Okay.
Yeah, its own.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you note, or you have noted that the OIG and the DC auditor has informed some of the EOM's work. Can you elaborate on this? How does the EOM evaluate and respond to recommendations for improving agency operations?
Yep. So we meet with the auditor and often, and we know that the reports and stuff that come out, we review them and work with our partners in the city administrator's office to review the recommendations and see what, you know, if there are some good recommendations, obviously we want to make sure that we're putting those to use. But we do that collaboratively with the city administrator, our Office of Budget and Performance Management team, and making sure that we're doing that. So, and you know, our OPLA team as well, we're heavily engaged with the auditors team through that as well. So,
I guess what I want to really zero in on, does the EOM review all of the OIG and audit recommendations to determine if an agency should adopt the recommendations that they receive?
we do review with all the reports, but that would really be more a function of the city administrator, but we work with the city
right.
administrator to review those. But our general counsel, Betsy, there's not a report that doesn't go by Betsy, that she reads them all.
All right. When a matter becomes a citywide concern,
Mhm.
where you're hearing from all avenues that a service is not working, how does the EOM deal with this crisis?
Yeah. So we're heavily involved, and I would say we definitely push to ensure that when we have different flags in the community or issues, that we're engaging with both the city administrator and our relevant agencies based on the issue, so that we can make sure that the concerns are being addressed. Jim Slattery leads our mayor's correspondence unit, so we engage through we have, you know, emails and flags from residents, our MOCAs and MOCA offices flag issues up, and then we make sure that we engage with the agencies to make sure that the issues on the radar, that we're working to resolution, et cetera. So, and a lot of, you know, especially if it's like a big area issue, a lot of that is driven, it becomes a comms issue, right? So our Susanna and our comms team work really closely with the agency PIOs to ensure that we're working through the issues. What is the resolution, and how are we communicating that out to both press and the community? So we're very heavily involved, and I would just say that we have a very collaborative structure with the city administrator and the deputy mayor structure. So we make sure that we're flagging issues, that we're getting to resolutions, that we stay on top of the agency for the resolution, and then that we're communicating that out. Like our MOCers and they read every listserv, they're on it, like they're monitoring with issues. Because of how amazing our MOCers team is, residents and ANCs know they can just pick up the phone and call their MOCer and say, hey, here's this issue, and we're going to work to get to a resolution there. So we're very heavily involved in making sure that the community concerns and also community wins. If we're hearing about a program that residents really like and they think it's going really well, like composting, we have been able to share that with the mayor and the agencies and say this is something that residents really love and they want to see this program continue. So it's not just the complaints, it is also the sort of the things that residents are liking and enjoying. We make sure that we share that as well.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And I know we're having a love festival here today. I'm sure that's what I'm
Yeah.
hearing on
Yeah.
the
And
from
one thing,
social media,
yeah.
but I'm really interested in what how many complaints has the EOM been involved in attempting to resolve or resolving in FY25? Do you track and keep that kind of data?
We do track. Steve, you want to speak to that?
Yeah, we could get back to you on the exact number, but our community relations and services team led by Phil Thomas, as Tomas mentioned, engages really closely with residents, businesses, faith institutions, and they will get 311 requests. So we actually track the number of 311 requests that our team enters on a resident, business, or faith institution's behalf. So we can actually get you the number. I actually see that number every week from our MOCAs team. So we can get you the number that we've done in FY25 and so far FY26 to date. But we are actually encourage all residents to use 311. It's the best way to sort of track issues that they have in the community. The OUC team, Office of Unified Communications, will refer that request to the appropriate department for action. But our MOCAs often are face-to-face, front-to-front with business and residents to make sure we're addressing issues.
And upon using this tracking system, once a matter is resolved, or even that the EOM is working to resolve it, and let's say the complaint has come in through 311, and this is, a cumulative complaint, so to speak, do you reach out to the ANC to indicate action is being taken? We have resolved it. Here is the status of it. Is that a part of the protocol for tracking and?
Absolutely. So ANC and also residents and businesses. And so whenever an issue is flagged to one of our community relations and services, one of our MOCAs, and that we try to see the issue through completion. So they will follow up with district agencies, whether it's DPW, DDOT, or other agencies, and they will get back to that ANC or that resident once the issue has been resolved. And so we work really, really hard to try to get that level of service with the community. And I just know that this year, you asked the question, this year, just in FY26, there have been 444 311 requests that have been issued by the MOCAs team. And we strive, Phil works with his team to try to get complete closures on those cases, on all of them.
In the first quarter, 441?
444.
444.
Yep. And then last year, the MOCAs engaged 10,665 residents and worked to close 1,824 311 requests.
I'm sorry, 1,000?
1,824 311 requests. So again, working with residents, businesses, and other stakeholders.
And so of the 10,600, we closed 1,800.
Well, no, that's how many residents that we work with on a variety of issues.
Okay.
They worked on 1,824 311 requests, and those were all moved to closure.
Thank you very much. I have to ask this question because they did it in New York, and anything that happens outside of the district and it happens in an urban center, people here want to know if we're going to do it. So will those who help shovel the snow, will they be paid in subsequent snows? Tough question.
New York doesn't have what we have, which is the Mayor's Office on Volunteers and Partnerships, led by Dominique Scott. And she and her team, including George Garcia, Deputy Director, worked really, really hard to recruit volunteers. And I just want to look in the camera and thank the hundreds and hundreds of people who, in the Arctic temperatures with large snow, and now for the first time ever heard the phrase snowcrete, went to residents, including seniors and persons with disabilities in all 8 wards, and shoveled their snow for free. So we have a secret weapon in Washington, D.C. called Serve DC that works to recruit snow team heroes. And we've been doing it for decades now. And so we'll continue to do that and make sure that and it's part of what the mayor calls DC values, neighbors helping neighbors in DC. So that's what we have in DC. And, we appreciate what New York has, but I know what we have in DC works really well with our residents.
And we have 533 snow heroes. So it's a great number. I also want to just give a shout out to Steve during the Snowcrete event. We were able to stand up 4 salt distribution locations for residents. And so we were able to get that out. And that was Steve and his team worked with DPR to make sure that we could get sites up, get that out. So not only were we getting shovels and other things to residents and those that are part of the Snow Heroes team, but then we were also able to get out salt and get those to residents as well. So really, really proud of Steve and the team for their work there.
I know it was a very difficult storm, and it was more of an ice storm. I can give you my side of the story, but I won't bore you with it because I'm sure you've heard it many times.
I've never
Um,
wanted summer more than this year.
yeah. Okay, and having lived here most of my life, it was an unusual storm and one that we did not expect. They tell us all the time you're going to get snow, but we're in a valley, so we seldom get snow. If you're new here and you don't understand the terrain, you think we're going to get snow, maybe. I don't know. But anyway, it was a horrendous situation for many residents. And in my neighborhood, I don't have snow angels. I have the little boys that come by, and they were smart. They didn't have a pitchfork, but they had what is it, one of those hammers that breaks the ice, you know? They had that, and they had the usual, floppy plastic one, and they bought a broom because once they broke the ice, lifted some of the sheets of ice, they were able to sweep off the front. I think young people who are enterprising, who exceed your 533 number, I think we ought to consider helping them out. I told them make as much money as you can. They were expensive this year, though. Very expensive. Um, just a thought. We're talking about our whole community and not just a part of it. So, Mr. Walker, think about, but you have to train them, train them to at least follow directions. That would be, so think about that. Not that we're going to have that much snow in the future, right?
Hopefully not.
Okay. All right. You mentioned in your pre-hearing responses that the district anticipates continued engagement with workforce and training partners. How do you engage with the community to create jobs for DC residents? And does the business liaisons or the Office of Returning Citizens, for example, work with businesses to connect them with DC residents looking for employment?
Yeah, so I'll let Stephen Lamont speak to MORCA and different partnerships with businesses. But Mayor launched Talent Capital, which is helping us get, especially post Doge cuts and just general reductions in workers in the federal government. We've partnered with businesses and organizations to make sure in the business community that we have this sounding board, this website where jobs are available, and it really has been a really successful tool. I know there's bills in both the Maryland and Virginia legislature to fully fund their portion of it. It's only $200,000 each jurisdiction, but is become a very successful tool, and I would even say it could be used as an attractor to keep and attract businesses in the region, because now if you need to hire, you have this tool that can really help you get the talent you need, and for our residents, it's a great opportunity for them to see what jobs are there and available. So that's something that the mayor launched and has been really successful. I'll let Steve and Lamont talk about just how we do our engagement with the business community in the MOCA's offices.
Yeah, great question, council member. So the business liaison unit is in the Mayor's Office of Community Relations and Services. So that's our MOCA's team. And as I mentioned, as our block by block engagement with the community, they work directly with businesses and they mainly focus on issues that business may have. So that's separate and apart from what the community affairs team does. A couple of our community affairs offices have workforce development staff. Director Japer Bowles in the Office of LGBTQ Affairs has a liaison that works to kind of get the residents connected with the workforce portfolio at the Department of Employment Services. That's our workforce agency. The Office of Returning Citizens Affairs, led by Director Talib Shakir, has a workforce team, and they work to try to get returning citizens reintegrated in the workforce. And one of the tools that they have to do that is our Access to Jobs grants. And there are 4 different grantees who get funded from EOM Serve DC. MOCA serves as the programmatic team, and they look to try to get returning citizens placed in different jobs throughout the city.
I can add too.
Thank you very much. You noted that the AI task force called for a DCHR and DOES recruitment and workforce development plan. Have those been provided? And if so, can you provide information to the committee? And I ask because if I'm not mistaken, I'm losing my voice, sorry. If I'm not mistaken, I believe the mayor indicated in a correspondence, some announcement last week that all government employees would learn AI. And so just trying to understand how deep we're going with this and what have we already done or to prepare for this change, especially since the co-founders of AI have walked away from AI, bought little farms, and they worry that AI may take us into a dominion that we never ever anticipated.
Well, I do not use any AI because I don't know how. So I'm probably my team stat laughs at me because I do not use ChatGPT or anything. That's
Okay.
exactly. We'll have to circle back on the recommendations in the report, and we'll get that to you, council member, if that's not complete.
Please, thank you so much.
Yep.
You indicated that the EOM will be working with the next mayor's team to ensure a smooth transition and exchange of information. Traditionally, I suppose a lot of that has been done through the establishment of a formal transition. Is that how you expect information to be transmitted?
Yep.
Or are you just going to upload to the archives and
Well, we will do that, but no, the mayor is committed to a very smooth transition, and I think we want to make sure whoever is the next mayor that they are set up for success and have all the information that they need. And a lot of these next 9-10 months, we're going to be hyper focused on some of the stuff that we got to get done, some projects and initiatives that we want to get across the finish line. But we're also hyper focused on we don't want to leave any outstanding big issues for the next mayor either. So we are looking at that. We're working towards making sure that we have a very streamlined and effective transition. And however the next mayor sets up their transition committee, we will be fully incorporated, fully plugged in, and we plan to leave them in a strong place as they start to formulate their government and what it'll look like. We're going to be a total partner in ensuring that it's a very smooth and seamless process.
thank you very much for that. And now just to make sure I've covered everything, wanted to ask you a little bit about organizational structure. Have any new priorities or major initiatives within the cultural affairs and community relations offices been introduced as a result of the changes?
I'll start and Director Carey can jump in. There really haven't been any new priorities or new initiatives. We've really been focused on making sure we engage with residents, especially the cultural affairs team, to celebrate the diverse heritage that we have in Washington, D.C. So we're really paying particular focus in the cultural affairs team in making sure that our outreach teams are engaging with residents. Several of the teams have what we call a language access component. So they make sure that whether it's Spanish, Mandarin, Vietnamese, or Amharic, Those offices led by Eduardo Perdomo from the Office of Latino Affairs, Ali Kaba from the Office of African Affairs, and Ben de Guzman from the Office of AAPI Affairs, can make sure that the residents can get the information that they can communicate directly with the district. So nothing has changed, but we're really more singly focused on that over the next 10 months plus.
Okay, you mentioned a heart. I'm just wondering, do we need an office for those who speak that language, which is so different from some of the other languages that we are familiar with here in the city? That's a growing community, and just wondered,
Yeah, so the Office of African Affairs right now
handles that.
works directly with Amharic and other languages.
All right,
well,
and
including
we'll
French and others.
Yes, okay. Thank you. Just curious, wondered. So how do you evaluate whether or not current staffing levels are working? And I know this is very dangerous, chatting with the EOM. And I'm not asking for your enhancement documents, but I just want to understand through assimilation as to where we really are, because I consider and I think many consider the EOM to be, of course, the top of the pyramid, but they certainly feel that they want to make sure that whatever that office has as goals, objectives, that they are in fact met.
Mhm. No, so we're constantly evaluating and seeing if our structure, what do we need to change? So like with the changes that we made that we just talked about with cultural affairs and all that, that was something that we have been thinking about for quite some time. But even I think as the council members, you all also were like, there may be too many community affair offices, and how do we consolidate? And so that was definitely something that I think we really knew we needed to get to, and has been a really great restructure. And I really am proud of the work of Steve and Lamont and their teams. They're really doing some really amazing work in the community, and it's in a more streamlined, efficient way. So that's been really great. But we're also constantly evaluating, what makes sense in our structure. Like when we pulled and redid the intergovernmental affairs office, we just felt that needed to be in one division, because really what we were seeing was what goes on in council now becomes an issue in Congress. And so that really helped us be more effective in making sure that the OPLA teams and OFR teams are better coordinated on what's going on, et cetera. I think that we're constantly evaluating, constantly making sure we have what we need and restructure. And sometimes we had an office that we created that then we got rid of. So we used to have a mayor's office of policy, but it became duplicative to some of the other work we were doing. So we pulled that office down because it ended up being duplicative and not necessary.
So you do not need staff to work on policy?
Well, we do. We have staff that works on policy, but we had created a separate,
Okay.
like our OPLA team is our policy office.
All right.
But
Okay.
so it just, they became more structured on a grant,
Right.
and their work became obsolete at that time.
And I think you told me for Opala, you had, I think, 9
I think
people.
It's 10.
It's 10. Yeah, I
Yeah.
wrote 9, but it's 10.
Yep.
Okay. All right. All right. See, I'm paying attention to what you're sharing with me.
Yeah.
100%. So you have enough staff, even though they're working 24/7.
I think we're, good,
They're
yeah.
child labor laws. So
No, I think we're at just the right amount right now.
Oh,
Yep.
okay. Okay. In thinking about the city as a whole, if you had to put your finger on a part of the city that seems to, where you have data that suggests that those communities are underserved or they feel underserved. What part of the city are we speaking of?
Well, I would say we've had a hyper focus on east of the river, Ward 7 and Ward 8. The mayor has been really focused on bringing opportunity and projects and jobs to those wards, and we've done just that. This literally this past week, we were at a groundbreaking for Douglas Recreation Center in Ward 8. Then this weekend, we were at a ribbon cutting of the new Anacostia Rec Center at Ketchum. The mayor, when she was a few years back, she changed a focus of having district agencies opening in parts of East of the River. So now you have DC Health, you have DHCD in their new headquarters, we have DGS in their new headquarters. So we've actually brought government agencies to those wards as well. And then when you just look at some of these large scale projects that we've been able to open, I myself live in Anacostia, and I just think about all the new restaurants that have come over to my neighborhood thanks to the Food Access Fund and some of those other programs. Looking to the future and some of the other big projects that are coming, there's so many big projects coming to both Ward 7 and Ward 8 still, from like rec centers to school modernizations to the biggest infrastructure project we'll have in the district, which is RFK Stadium. So I would say, we're hyper focused in making sure that we're looking at all 8 wards and making sure that there's opportunities and jobs and investments occurring in all 8 wards. But we've had a very special attention to east of the river to make sure that that we're bringing as much and attracting. Look, if you look at Skyland, which we have a Lidl there now. We have all these restaurants. We have a Starbucks. You have all the that. There's townhomes that are opening up there soon. We're really putting these large scale projects to focus. You look at the Berry Farm, and we just opened the Asbury. And that's new communities, new homes in that area. So that has been I think that was when we took office. A lot of people said that the east of the river, they felt that the government wasn't working for them, wasn't bringing opportunities or to them, and we have done just that, and continue to be focused on that.
And so you've talked about areas or neighborhoods. Help me understand then, are there constituencies, groups of constituencies that continue to weigh on the government that we're not serving, not able to serve, or serving just barely, like returning citizens who are mandated to come back to where they left, or our immigrant community that's scared to death to be out on the streets? I'm just wondering.
Yeah, that's a good question, Councilmember. And I'll address it this way. This is why one of the reasons the mayor reorganized EOM. And so our cultural affairs offices, like the Mayor's Office on Caribbean Community Affairs, is led by Natalie Snyder, engages with Caribbean Washingtonians in all 8 wards. And I know she and her team are intently focused on making sure they're hearing from Caribbean residents across the district. Natasha DeP, the director of the Mayor's Office of Women's Policy and Initiatives, in addition to having big community engagement events, does the same thing. Julian Purdy, our director of Veterans Affairs, worked with veterans across all 8 wards. And so instead of waiting to hear from constituents, we are out proactively talking with constituents. We go to civic associations, affiliate groups, one-on-one engagement with communities, and then each one of those teams also has an advisory committee. And so that's how we force multiply. We have residents from all 8 wards who are appointed to each one of the committees, and they get to tell us what they're hearing from the community. And so that's just another way that we engage with the constituents. And so this is definitely, you mentioned the immigrant community. And so the offices I mentioned also work really closely with Washingtonians, whether they're new Washingtonians or 5-generation Washingtonians. That's what we do with our community partners, cultural affairs team and community partnerships team.
All right. And What are we doing with our returning citizens?
We have a great new director of Returning Citizens Affairs, Talib Shakir. I jumped in before Director Carey on this one on purpose, because he is no longer the director there. But the mayor's office of mayor's office to their service, the mayor's office of Returning Citizens Affairs, excuse me, works really, really closely with returning citizens on a couple of different issues, whether it's workforce development, outreach, peer navigation, and then Director Cameron will tell me the fourth that I forgot, case management, so that when someone is a returning citizen who comes to the district, they come up with a plan to make sure that they are appropriately reintegrated into the district. So
Including housing.
some needs referrals to housing, referrals. Some people might need to get documentation, so they might need a referral to the health department to get a birth certificate, or to the DMV to get an ID or driver's license. So the returning citizens team that we have, they are engaged, they do case management, and they refer to other district services. And Director Carey, I'm sure will jump in because I'm sure I've forgotten something there.
That is, you hit it on the nose. The only thing I will add is the staff there that is led by Director Shakur sometimes take it a step further, where some of the individuals just coming home from doing 50 years, 15 years, and trying to get reacclimated back into the district at times is a struggle, and it's confusing. One of the beautiful things that the mayor has done is that the office, majority of the staff at MOCA has been incarcerated. And so they're able to recognize and help guide them through situations or documentation that they are unaware that they need, that they could tell them that they need. But I think the bigger thing is that the whole team builds relationship with community and community partners, and with the passing of bills like Ban the Box helps that burden to be lessened some, because they're not able to ask them, have you been convicted of a crime on the application, whether it's housing, occupational license, or employment. And so the team being aware makes it the running into roadblocks lesser, and they're able to understand some of the internal battles that are going on with individuals. And so that's what makes all of the MOCA teams amazing with gauging community, because they all represent those communities that they came from.
Are our returning citizens that are serviced in the returning citizens office, are they referred from like CSOSA or straight from Bureau of Prisons, as an example?
So a combination of both. They get referred to individuals that even just know of MOCA, but definitely CSOSA, because CSOSA supervises one of the largest number of individuals that are currently on parole and probation. The BOP, MOCA sends information, and they do prison trips. They do two kinds of trips: family reunification and outreach. And this way, the individuals before they come home that are within 4.5 hours away are aware of the services. So there's multiple pipelines where individual finds out that MOCA exists. But any day that you walk into MOCA, you will see returning citizens in there that's looking and willing and anxious about their second chance.
All right. And will the Office of Returning Citizens be engaged in the workforce needs at RFK campus?
Yes.
I know the answer is yes, but I mean, are we already setting up a protocol, know how it's going to work? Because, what is it? 2030 will be here in a minute. All right, I'll talk to the senior advisor about that.
Great conversation for
Yes,
Lindsay.
yes, thank you for that. My goodness. Thank you very, very much for your attention, and I appreciate so much having the opportunity to talk with you today on the record.
I appreciate it so much, Councilmember. I usually prep the agency directors for their hearings, so this is my first hearing, so thank you so much.
Well, congratulations. It's been a love feast,
Yeah,
but you know, we still have the April hurdle, okay? Just
yeah.
keep that in mind.
Yes.
Okay.
And I do want to give a special thank you to my special assistant, Brittany Parks, and James, who is Steve's special assistant. They help prepare us, they help keep us going. So I just really want to thank them for getting us all set for today. So thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you all of you very much for all that you do, believe me.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're gonna take a 15-minute break and then we will return and have an opportunity to talk to the senior advisor. 15 minutes, okay. Ready? All right. We are reconvening our oversight hearing. Next, we will hear from the Office of the Senior Advisor. And very quickly, see what they have. As mentioned previously, there have been changes over the past few years in the mayor's executive offices. As of October 23, the start of FY year 24, the mayor's Office of Policy and Legislative Affairs and the Office of Federal and Regional Affairs no longer are part of the mayor's senior advisor. These offices are now housed within the EOM. Given these structural changes, today's hearing will provide an important opportunity to better understand the evolution of the Office of the Senior Advisor under Advisor Parker's leadership. And specifically, the committee is seeking clarity on the office's current organizational structure, day-to-day operations responsibility, and how its role has been refined following the transition. While we recognize that high-profile initiatives such as the engagement of various DC agencies in the RFK redevelopment and the DC 250th anniversary, the city's involvement in the anniversary are critical programs of the senior advisor's focus. Equally important that we understand the broader mission of the office and its strategic priorities and services. Of particular importance is, of course, understanding the role in ensuring successful redevelopment of the RFK campus and how the agencies of our government will be coordinated. As you know, the redevelopment includes a new stadium for the Washington Commanders and a broader mixed-use development plan intended to deliver enhanced community amenities and improved integration with surrounding neighborhoods, particularly in wards 5, 6, and 7. The district has structured this agreement to include a long-term lease arrangement, specific tax considerations, and a $50 million community benefits agreement over 30 years. And that agreement includes funding for youth programming, grocery subsidies east of the river, workforce development, and local small business support, with additional funds yet to be allocated. However, large-scale redevelopment projects of this magnitude do not impact only youth or commercial stakeholders. They also directly affect all of our residents, and particularly older residents, many of whom have lived in these neighborhoods for decades and are on fixed incomes and may be vulnerable to rising housing costs, property tax pressures, traffic impacts, and change in neighborhood infrastructure. As the district advances this generational investment in economic development, we must ensure that seniors are not an afterthought in planning, implementation, or execution. With that in mind, we look forward to today's testimony, and I'll ask Lindsay Parker, Senior Advisor, to raise her right hand. Do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements that you make before us today to be complete and accurate?
I do.
Thank you. You can begin when you are ready, ma'am.
Well, thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds, members of the committee and staff and members of the public. I'm Lindsay Parker, Senior Advisor to Mayor Bowser, and really thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding the work of the Office of the Senior Advisor, with particular focus, as you pointed out, on the two initiatives that the mayor has laid out for the office to focus on, the RFK campus redevelopment project and DC 250 planning as it pertains to the 250th anniversary of the United States. So I'll get into both of those in my testimony. Regarding the RFK redevelopment project, it really, truly, as you pointed out, represents a generational opportunity for Washingtonians. The near-term objective is clear: delivering the new stadium by 2030 while positioning the broader campus for long-term coordinated redevelopment. Given the scale and the complexity of this effort, the mayor established a formal governance structure late last year via mayor's order to clearly separate the strategic oversight from the day-to-day project delivery. The Office of the Senior Advisor, our role, we provide strategic alignment and cross-agency coordination. Our role is to ensure that the redevelopment remains consistent with the broader Bowser administration priorities, including economic development, infrastructure planning, housing opportunities, workforce participation, and community engagement. And that the various components of the project move forward in an integrated manner. The mayor's order that the mayor when the mayor established this process also lays out an RFK project executive. That's Brian Hanlon, who also serves as the director of the Department of Buildings. And he leads implementation and sort of the day-to-day work on this project. This includes day-to-day coordination across agencies, advancement of infrastructure and environmental planning, development sequencing, as you talked about that mixed-use development on the 180-acre project, and execution of the stadium and related campus work streams. These roles are intentionally distinct, yet complementary. We work together. The structure is designed to maintain clarity, avoid duplication, and support steady progress towards the 2030 stadium delivery goal, which is the priority. You can find more information about our work, and we're actually redoing it. So you're going to find even greater information in the near term on www.ourrfk.dc.gov. And so our is OUR, right? RRFK.dc.gov. So as we're sitting here at a performance oversight hearing, I wanted to make sure that I talked a little bit about the work that's been completed in fiscal year 2025 and 2026 to date as it pertains to RFK. So, and we all know that last year, lots of big milestones regarding the RFK campus that my predecessor, Beverly Perry, when she was the senior advisor, made happen and worked alongside the mayor to execute. That included the focus on the passage of HR 4984, which is the DC RFK Memorial Stadium Campus Revitalization Act that was passed by Congress, the filing of the Declaration of Covenants regarding the transfer of jurisdiction of the campus from the Department of the Interior to DC government, which was a big deal and happened in record time. Also, the execution of the term sheet for the campus project. And ultimately, because of your work, Chairperson Bonds and others on the council, the passage of DC Act 26-151, the RFK Campus Redevelopment Amendment Act of 2025. Things that have happened sort of since we've spoken last at a hearing: the execution of the RFK Community Benefits Agreement, which was an effort that was jointly taken on by the council and the executive, as well as the team. And we also are continuing to establish the governance and advancing the foundational coordination across agencies to get this work done. So that work has really included supporting the establishment of the RFK Project Management Office, led by Brian Hanlon, as I talked about, and clarifying roles across agencies. Also coordinating early stage infrastructure, transportation, and environmental planning discussions, aligning the redevelopment planning with the economic development and workforce and obviously business inclusion participation objectives that are so important to us. Engaging with the community, with federal and regional stakeholders as appropriate, and launching a structured business engagement initiative tied to the RFK redevelopment. That business engagement effort actually began last week with a kickoff event. We hosted with the DC Chamber of Commerce to connect DC-based businesses with anticipated opportunities associated with the project and to outline pathways for participation. This marked the beginning of sustained engagement to ensure that DC CBEs, small and local businesses, are informed early and positioned to compete as redevelopment progresses. The emphasis during this period has been building a coordinated foundation that supports disciplined execution and long-term delivery. So priorities moving forward for the next 10 months. In the year ahead, the Office of the Senior Advisor will continue advancing the strategic alignment as the redevelopment planning moves further into implementation. Our priorities are kind of fourfold. Continued coordination of infrastructure and campus planning events, right? That day one infrastructure to make sure the roads are ready for that stadium that comes online in 2030. Advancement of the land use and development sequencing discussions, as we talked about, sort of how do those mixed use components come online. Expansion of structured business and workforce engagement that I discussed, and then maintaining cross-agency alignment to ensure steady progress. Kind of right now, the Office of Planning is kicking off the master planning for the campus, and so that will take up some time over the next couple of months. The focus remains on delivering the new stadium by 2030 and advancing the broader campus redevelopment in a coordinated and disciplined way in order to hand off the project at the end of the Bowser administration's term this year to the next administration to make sure that there is literally, nothing kind of stopping the forward momentum of this really critical project. Next, I'm going to turn to sort of that second initiative that the mayor has asked me to focus on in this role for the next 10 months, and that is the DC 250 Commission and planning for America's celebration of the 250th birthday. So DC 250 represents a significant milestone for the district and an opportunity to truly highlight our unique role in our nation's history, while creating meaningful civic and cultural engagement for residents as the United States celebrates its 250th birthday. Planning has centered on coordination across agencies and thoughtful programming at a tough time. We are pleased to announce the dates for DC 250's signature events surrounding, we're going to focus on Emancipation Day, which makes sense for DC. So wanted to kind of use this hearing, Chairperson Bonds, to point out 4 key dates. April 16th, Events DC is going to once again host their Day of Play at the Fields at RFK, which will be terrific, and that relates to some of the projects that I was just talking about. On April 17th, we'll host the Democracy Breakfast, which will celebrate DC 250 and also sort of Washington's unique role in American democracy. On April 18th, the mayor is going to host a kids ball for DC 250, which is going to be super fun, and we'll get to talk about that more in the weeks to come. And then on April 19th, the Emancipation Day parade and concert, and you talked about a kid zone with Deputy Chief of Staff Steve Walker just before me, and that's all going to center at Franklin Park this year, because as you know, Freedom Plaza is under construction. So these events are designed to reflect celebration, civic education, and broad community participation, honoring the district's history while creating opportunities for residents, families, businesses, and community and organizations to engage. But this is just a small fraction of the many events that are happening around the city. And everybody can look at www.dc250.us. And this is a website that Destination DC has pulled together to make sure that our international and domestic visitors kind of have a clear line of sight to all the exciting things that are happening in Washington, DC. But we're also featuring our local events on that site. So www.dc250.us. So in both the RFK redevelopment and DC 250 planning efforts, the consistent focus has been structure, alignment, and steady progress. The Office of the Senior Advisor's role is to ensure integration across complex initiatives while supporting responsible implementation. So that approach will continue as both efforts advance and the Bowser administration runs through the tape. So thank you so much, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have for me.
Thank you very much for that really report on two very important activities that people are concerned with. Just wondered, since the transition how has the internal structure of your office changed um, as it relates to functions that are retained, reassigned, eliminated? Anything you want to say about how the office is now to function?
You know, Beverly Perry created a system that, you know, continued to make sure that she was hitting home runs every single year of the Bowser administration. And so why mess with a good thing? We've got a great team and we're continuing to get things done.
All right. And so does the size of your office remain the same?
It does.
I think that's 3 or 4, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, including me, I would say there's 5 of us.
5,
Yeah.
yes. Okay. See, I was on 4. Okay, okay. The current public-facing website does not fully reflect structural changes. Are you working on getting that?
Yeah, your team brought that to our attention. I really
Okay,
appreciate it.
okay.
And obviously that, and you pointed out in your opening testimony that, you know, that has been changed since 2023. So I
Yes.
think we still have, you know, the mayor came into office in 2015 and created the Office of Federal and Regional Affairs, kind of separate and apart from the Office of Policy and Legislative Affairs, and put those both under the senior advisor at that time. We recognize that sort of as kind of the world got even more chaotic, it was important that all those structures be under the executive office of the mayor so that communications and policy and federal affairs was all sort of in one organization. That happened at the beginning, that structure change happened at the beginning of the mayor's 3rd term. And so we'll get that right on the website. So thanks for pointing that out.
Mm-hmm. All right. I know this is hard to envision, but what are your top 3 strategic priorities as you move forward?
Sure. I think in my mind, it's, you know, top priority is making sure that we are doing everything that we possibly can to have a clear line of sight to opening the stadium in 2030. And so then the second priority fits kind of hand in hand with that. And that is to make sure that we've got a great plan for whoever comes next when the mayor's term is over, that we can hand them a plan to get to 2030 very clearly. And there'll be nothing missed. And then lastly is just making sure that we're doing our best to showcase the importance of Washington, D.C. When it comes to America's history this year.
Great. So how does your office plan to measure success? What performance indicators are you using to determine your progress? Is it participation at events? Is it jobs for DC residents, or contracts for CBEs? What can we really put our hands on and say concretely these projects are going to or are delivering? And
Sure.
and how are you going to measure that, really?
Sure. Right now, actually, and you'll be able to see it on the website that I talked about earlier, ourrfk.dc.gov. So that's OURRFK.dc.gov, is going to have a part of its menu will say solicitations. And so you'll be able to see in real time any RFPs or solicitations that are on the street that relate to RFK across the government. That to me is one area that, you know, if I come back for my budget hearing, and that's not there, you can hold me accountable. But that should be there this week. And right now we've got 4 solicitations across the government that are about to go online. And most of them are small enough that our CBE, not small enough, they are of the size that our CBEs can participate in those. And I hope that they do. And so that will, that's one area. I think, we've got 10 more months here. So really my, like I laid out in those sort of strategic kind of guiding our sort of like line of sight is really making sure that we've got a great package to hand off to the next administration that's super clear on how the permitting needs to work, and sort of how the plan needs to go forward, so that 2030 there is a stadium that maybe Chairperson Bonds, you and I can go to and participate in the audience as we watch it open.
That would be outstanding.
Yeah.
Especially when they have the roof closed,
Yeah, that'll be cool. That'll be cool.
Okay. So your solicitation is your number 1 point of reference now.
I mean, I think so. I think, yeah, for the next 10 months, the way that you can kind of hold me accountable is to make sure that we're
Okay.
centralizing all opportunities. They're not going to be as many opportunities as there are going to be next year. But that's a way that you can hold me accountable.
So how do we get workforce training also on this website so that people know
I love it.
that we're there, that we're doing that?
Great question. And we've been working with the department, and really the commanders have been leaning into this as well. We've been working with the Department of Employment Services and the Department of Small and Local Business Development, as well as the the Deputy Mayor for Education, on really thinking about great ways to ensure that we've got those pathways laid out. And I think what you'll see in the coming months is another announcement that will put that even more into focus.
Okay.
But first, of course, we had to make sure we knew
Right.
exactly what members of what workforce was going to be needed, and so we had to establish that first.
Yes, of
And
course.
so this is in great partnership with the commanders.
Okay, that sounds good. Now, in thinking about and working towards a workforce announcement, how engaged will the unions be? Because we have the PLA, Project Labor Agreement, as it relates to the stadium, and I believe the hotels that also will abut the property. So what will be our expectation in working with labor so that we can fulfill the 51% of new hires, DC residents, or the
That's right.
35%?
That's right. I think this is a tremendous question that I think the mayor laid out some of the complications of doing just that when this was passed by the council. My hope is that we'll have very helpful labor partners that come to the table to help us with some of those workforce pathways that we talked about. You have the Department of Employment Services under your committee as well, and we'll be using the DC Infrastructure Academy to do a lot of the work to make sure that folks are ready for this project. Gosh, it would be wonderful if the unions wanted to make sure that they were working with us at the Infrastructure Academy.
Thank you for that. And that's exactly where my mind is, as you well know. I'm also of the thought that this is probably the most lucrative project that we've had, short of the Frederick Douglass Bridge. So therefore, I'm just wondering if we don't need a provision that stipulates that some of the training that the unions do take place inside the District of Columbia. And to me, that would be normal business and not exceptional business. Um, and if we're not violating any antitrust law, seems to me we should be able to do that. I'm going to ask the Inspector General when he comes up what he thinks about that. But seriously, these are serious times,
I totally agree.
and we have to be more guarded about our community to make sure that we have a fair chance. So much of the dollars that flow outside the district and stay outside the district. So just sort of giving you a little hint. Any help I can get with that legislation, I'm available to do that. Because I think it will really make a big difference for us. In the past, the senior advisor has also worked on interagency coordination and accountability on various things. Have you identified any service gaps that require broader cross-agency collaboration as an example?
The work that I'm doing with agencies right now really focuses on both the RFK project and the DC 250 project, and folks are doing amazing work.
Okay.
We're seeing people kind of rethink the processes that they've normally had in their agencies, and I think the benefit of doing such a massive project like RFK will be kind of easier ways of doing business with the government going forward because of it.
Yes, you mentioned roadways, mixed use, rethinking those, and of course, expansion of structured business and workforce engagement. And then that the Office of Planning is working on the master plan. I think that's different for the Office of Planning to be working on the master plan. Usually they do a part of it, but sounds to me like we're really going to be intense in what and how this project develops.
That's right. As you know, through the legislation, the stadium and the parking garages, they don't have to wait on zoning to move forward and be constructed, right? When they get the C of O, that's when we need to have zoning in place for both of those structures. But for the rest of the campus, we actually, if you think about it, it's not been zoned for anything. And so that's why the master plan is going to be so important. And in the coming weeks, I know that the council will be engaged on that as well.
We hope.
Oh, no, we'll need you.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're at the table.
That's right.
Team. Okay. All right.
And we've just kicked off master planning. So there'll be a
All right.
community, meeting, and I will make sure that I get the committee the exact date, but it's coming up at the end of March.
All right. All right. Yes, I think I serve on the subcommittee concerned with the community engagement piece.
Oh, terrific.
Okay. What formal mechanisms exist to ensure agencies are accountable for instance, implementing senior focused policies? And when I say senior, I'm thinking about the senior population, which frequently is not a part of these conversations, but in and around the campus, you have a large senior population. And so I'm speaking of those individuals. How focused are we on making sure they can keep their homes? If there is, usually with heavy equipment, there's always some cracks in the foundation, or hopefully not, but it does happen. And so just wondered, what kind of attention are we given to their needs? And the seniors are not always the first group that knows what to do and how to get it done in order to have continue to have quality living in their community.
Well, I don't know what seniors you're talking about,
Okay.
Councilmember Bonds, but the seniors that I know in that community are actually very engaged.
All
And,
right.
since taking over from Beverly Perry as the senior advisor, we've had 3 community engagement meetings in the area
Yes.
right around RFK. And I'm not going to presume the ages of everybody that comes to those meetings, but I would argue that they definitely uh, I would say that many of them would identify as seniors and
right.
are well aware of the timing and also asking the right questions. What type of equipment is going to be moving through our neighborhood and whatnot. And we're trying to be as proactive in communicating that as possible. So I'm going to look March 24th. I was trying to remember if it was March 25th or 24th. March 24th is going to be the next community meeting where the Office of Planning is going to kick off their master plan. But at that meeting, we'll also provide any updates on anything that's different about the types of equipment that's accessing the RFK campus, so that everybody is sort of eyes wide open on the different construction sort of cycles that will happen over the next 4 years.
All right. And also, seniors will be curious, those that live there, as to whether or not they'll be priced out of their community. In 2032, will there be a glut of investors that happen on the scene to help seniors realize a bonanza for a moment, but inevitably it doesn't help them build family wealth?
Well, so interestingly enough, over the weekend, there's a student at Jackson Reed that is writing his capstone project. He's a senior on public investments in sports stadiums. And so I had a sort of an hour and a half long conversation with him. And what it forced me to do is look back at sort of public sentiment regarding the stadium. And interestingly enough, wards 7 and 8, it was like well over 75% of Ward 7 and 8 in the last polling sort of leading up to the vote on the RFK campus were excited about the use of public funds and also the stadium kind of coming back to life and the Commanders being there. And what I would say is a lot of those polled were seniors, and the seniors that I've talked to, especially at these community meetings, are super excited, especially the ones that own their homes, about kind of what the opportunities that lie ahead mean for their asset building, right? So they now have potentially an option that they didn't really think that they were going to have before, where there might be a whole new community right next door to their neighborhood. And we've already seen some of those housing prices increase.
Yeah.
And they're very excited about what that means for their kids and their grandkids, and sort of deciding how to either keep that asset in their family and or prepare themselves for kind of what options they might have in the years to come.
Thank you for that response. I was aware that some of the prices have escalated. Some of the younger folk have had eyes on some of the properties, and they're like, these properties are $600,000 and $700,000 already. So, thank you. I want you to put it on the record.
I
Tried to
saw where
find
you were
a
going.
unique
I saw where
way
you were going.
to do that. Thank you. As it relates to the, let's see. We did that. As it relates to the 250th birthday party we're celebrating all year, what can the community expect in the way of programming throughout the year, or is it all going to be concentrated around the April holiday season?
I think it's going to happen all year round. And if you sort of you'll check out, and we'll make sure that we're continuously updating DC250.us. So that's www.dc250.us. dc250.us, but it'll have just a very interesting and diverse array of events over the coming months. So even starting this month and actually last month, February through April, there's sort of early exhibits and celebrations, I would say, from the National Portrait Gallery having a sort of a 250th festival on the 14th of February. To coming up in March, the National Museum of Women in the Arts, they'll have an exhibit on historical paintings by American women artists from March until October, for instance. Obviously, the National Cherry Blossom Festival is soon coming, and they're going to be focused on the 250th as well in all of their programming. That'll happen from March 20th till April 12th. There's going to be an exhibit at DAR, the DAR Museum. It's going to be called Revolution in Their Words, Penning Independence. And then MLK Library, the DC Public Libraries have just done a very thoughtful job of activating all the different libraries sort of throughout the year. So they're going to have an exhibition at MLK Library exploring freedom and American ideals. It's called Freedom and Resistance. And that's actually started in January. It runs through March 15th.
All right. And so everything will be on this website.
That's right.
The national programming as well as our local program.
That's right. That's right.
And so we should be informing the public that this is how you can find out. And I would imagine most of the activities are free.
I would say the ones that I'm talking about, very, very much so.
Yeah.
I think that there's going to be the kind of challenge here is obviously we've got the DC 250. We're going to focus on all of our local, Commission on Arts and Humanities. They're pushing out a few different events, and DC Public Libraries is as well. But then there's also America 250. And we've known that's been in the planning for a number of years prior to the current federal administration.
Yeah.
And they have a massive schedule of a lot of cool events. I think the things that I wanted to make sure that you knew about at the National Archives from June 4th to 6th, there's going to be a Spirit of Independence Festival. They're going to also have all around July 4th, a lot of different activations as well. Obviously, there's going to be 4th of July fireworks on the mall, but there's also going to be a Great American State Fair, which is a week-long celebration of American agriculture on the National Mall. So that'll be from June 25th to July 10th. And then you heard about it, I think, in the from the EOM testimony, but the first ever IndyCar race in the Capitol is going to happen August 21st and 23rd. So that's the America 250 stuff. And then there's also a White House task force. And so they've got some other events planned. I don't know as much about those, but one of those things includes a UFC fight on the White House campus on June 14th.
Okay.
So that one might not be free.
All right. But the point is the website will have a lot of activities. And this is important, because we become a community of hospitality. And
Indeed.
you come in for one of these events and you spend money and you leave sales dollars here. And that's why it's important.
That's
I
right.
hate to put it that way, but that's what this is about. And that's how we look after ourselves, so to speak. Hold on just 1 minute. One of the things that we wanted to just zero in on is to make sure that there will be enforcement and the use of first source with the RFK campus at all times. I was in a meeting with one of the agencies. We were talking about one of our other locations where it was brought out that, yeah, we understand and we did first source. It was applicable when the construction was underway, but we don't, we haven't used it since then. And I just want to reiterate, first sources for all industries, all dollars spent that include DC dollars. And certainly hope that we don't get into that bind. I don't anticipate it, but I just thought it was quite interesting that that was the interpretation, let's say, a few years ago. So I'm hoping it'll be better. First source is the one mechanism that we have that to hold industries to their feet to the fire so that we can be sure that our residents are incorporated in opportunities for employment. So,
I agree.
okay. All right. Thanks a lot. Does your office have under its purview a Carter Barron by any chance? Another one of the district's properties?
So the Carter Barron is the under the purview of the Department of the Interior. And so Department of Interior has been contemplating kind of the future of that site. And I know that probably, I would say in the next few months, we'll have an update from the Department of Interior on their intent. And as soon as we do, as soon as we know more, you will too.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Well, Ms. Senior Advisor, we thank you very much for your time today. We think we've gone as far as we can without you discussing dollars and cents with us, and we'll reserve that for the April meeting. But thank you very much for your attention today.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Chairperson
you.
Bonds. Appreciate it.
And next, we will hear from the Office of the Inspector General. Oh. Now we will hear from our final agency today, and that's the Office of Inspector General that conducts audits and investigations to mitigate risks related to mismanagement, waste, corruption, and fraud. And so I'll ask Mr. Lucas, our inspector, and his team to stand so we can swear you in. All right. Raise your right. All right. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you provide to us today to be complete and truthful? Thank you. Thank you very much. The OIG, through the Medical Fraud Control Unit, works closely with federal partners, including U.S. Attorney General, to investigate and assist in the prosecution of medical fraud cases. The OIG annually conducts a review of district government agencies and programs, identifying those programs and areas that are at high risk and preparing an audit and inspection plan that outlines their priorities for the year. And there are other divisions within the agency, including the inspection and evaluation unit, the inspections unit, the audit unit. They conduct independent investigations of complaints and audits of programs to identify deficiencies, recommend corrective measures, and ensure effective use of resources. And today we will be discussing more of the role of these units and how their work is essential to informing the operations of the district government, both in offering recommendations and in seeking to prevent waste and mismanagement. And with that, I will now turn so we can hear from our Inspector General, Mr. Daniel Lucas. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. I am Daniel W. Lucas, Inspector General for the District of Columbia. Joining me today are Karen Branson, Agency General Counsel, and Matt Wilcoxon, Acting Principal Deputy Inspector General. My team and I are pleased to appear before the committee and provide an overview of the OIG, highlight our accomplishments in fiscal years 25 and fiscal year 26 to date, and discuss our plans for the rest of the year. Before I begin, I want to thank the dedicated and talented OIG staff who embody integrity, professionalism, and a dedication to government oversight. The successes I highlight today are directly attributed to the OIG staff. Now allow me to outline our agency's statutory mission. Specifically, the OIG conducts independent financial and performance audits, inspections, evaluations, and investigations of district government operations. Keeps the mayor, council, and district government department and agency heads fully and currently informed about problems and deficiencies and the necessity for and progress of corrective actions. Reports expeditiously to the U.S. Attorney when we believe there has been a violation of federal or district criminal law, and provide leadership, coordinate, and recommend policies to promote economy, efficiency, and effectiveness, and to prevent and detect corruption, mismanagement, waste, fraud, and abuse in district government programs and operations. We achieve our mission through a systems approach. The OIG system encompasses all OIG divisions, units, and programs that work collaboratively to maximize our effectiveness and value to the district. In the OIG system diagram on the following page, the OIG's operational functions, Risk Assessment and Future Planning, or RAFP, Audit Unit, Inspection and Evaluation Unit, Investigations Unit, and Medicaid Fraud Control Unit conduct our external-facing oversight work. These units are supported by the OIG's Executive Secretariat, Business Management, External Affairs, and Quality Management divisions. The Office of General Counsel oversees the entire OIG system. While a significant portion of our annual appropriation is in direct support of audits, inspections, evaluations, and investigations, we must also utilize our finite resources to support OIG operations by maintaining essential internal services and infrastructure. With an understanding of the OIG system, let me now discuss how inputs to the OIG system are converted into outputs. On the following page, you will see a logic model that encapsulates the inputs to the OIG system, and correspondingly how our collective efforts generate outputs and ultimately outcomes for the district. On the left side of the diagram are the inputs the OIG received through our hotline program, referrals from district agencies, mandated requirements, and referrals and requests from both the council and the executive. To the right of the OIG system, you see discrete outputs generated from our work. Our work goes beyond the typical report or press release that is available on our website. Many activities we conduct are not easily discernible to the public. However, these activities directly promote the district government's accountability, economy, efficiency, and effectiveness, and help prevent and detect corruption, fraud, waste, abuse, and mismanagement in district programs and operations. The success of our oversight work requires the support of those outside of the OIG system. While we produce a considerable number of outputs, ultimately outcomes benefiting the district can only be realized by acting on our work. This includes district agencies implementing our recommendations, successful prosecution by the U.S. Attorney's Office, or civil recoupment by the Office of the District Attorney General. We promote the accountability, efficiency, economy, and effectiveness of district programs and operations. We carry out this responsibility by issuing reports that assess whether resources were obtained at reasonable costs while meeting timelines and quality considerations, that's economy, how well resources were converted into operational output, that's efficiency, and the extent to which a district program or operation is achieving its goals and objectives, that's effectiveness. Now allow me to highlight some of the audit unit and inspection and evaluation unit's accomplishments for the last fiscal year. The audit unit's accomplishments during the performance period include publication of 6 reports authored by OIG staff, oversaw the administration of 32 individual contractor prepared reports, which include 18 audit opinions and 5 management recommendation reports related to the district's FY24 annual comprehensive financial report audit, as well as 7 audit opinions and 1 management recommendation report related to the District of Columbia Housing Authority's FY24 financial audit. In total, AU's work identified 133 recommendations to improve district programs and operations and $162,000 in potential monetary benefits. A notable AU report was the audit of District of Columbia agencies' contract administration effectiveness. This report focused on the effectiveness of contract administration to ensure that the district receives the goods and services it procures. Our report highlighted areas which district agencies could improve practices related to the acceptance of goods and services, ensure compliance with contract modification and vendor eligibility requirements, reduce risks of delegating inherently governmental functions to contractors, improve contract administrator delegations and training, comply with Quick Payment Act requirements, and bolster vendor performance evaluation practices. The report made a total of 31 recommendations to 6 agencies for enhancing controls that ensure contracts are administered effectively and in compliance with district laws and regulations. The Inspections and Evaluation Unit published 4 reports and provided 20 recommendations to district agencies to improve programs and operations. I&E work I want to highlight is its evaluation report entitled Measures to Combat Gun Violence in District Public Schools. The evaluation assessed the implementation and effectiveness of gun violence prevention, intervention, and reduction measures and activities within District of Columbia Public Schools. We found safety and security related repairs exceeded the Department of General Services 45-day completion time, creating vulnerabilities in school security. Reduced school resource officer staffing created coverage gaps, with GCPS schools lacking regular officer presence despite school administrators reporting their value in violence prevention. Safety protocols varied significantly across schools, creating a disparate protection level for students and staff. The report made 5 recommendations to DGS and identified 6 additional opportunities for DCPS to improve measures to protect students and staff. When risks remain unmitigated or internal controls are circumvented, the OIG's work turns to preventing and detecting corruption, mismanagement, waste, fraud, and abuse within a district government. To prevent and detect these matters, the OIG's Risk Assessment and Future Planning Unit, Investigations Unit, and Medicaid Fraud Control Unit work to examine conduct that may constitute a violation of governing law, rule, regulation, or policy. In this regard, complaints brought to the OIG's attention are carefully evaluated to ascertain their veracity. If the matter is within our jurisdiction and allegation appears credible, we will investigate. During our investigations, when we find reasonable grounds to believe there has been a criminal violation of federal or district law, we report these findings expeditiously to the U.S. Attorney's Office. Beyond criminal matters, we also investigate allegations of government waste, abuse of position or authority, and other activities that may have impeded an agency's ability to accomplish its mission. RAFP operates the OIG's hotline and conducts administrative investigations of non-criminal matters involving allegations of waste, abuse, and mismanagement. RAFP also supports the OIG's oversight work through data analytics, aggregating and distilling open source information to inform our oversight work, developing our annual audit and inspection plan, and communicating risks to district agencies through various mechanisms. During the performance period, RAFP evaluated almost 700 hotline complaints, which resulted in referring 456 complaints to an alternative avenue of redress, 49 complaints to district agencies for appropriate action, 7 complaints to the Board of Ethics and Government Accountability, and transferring 89 complaints to one of the OIG's operational units. The remaining complaints lacked sufficient actionable information or were made anonymously, and RAFP could not follow up to obtain additional details. Regarding prevention, RAFP aggregated information from various sources, including hotline complaints, to develop the OIG's FY26 audits, evaluations, and inspections plan. The plan includes our annual high-risk list, which identifies opportunities to strengthen internal controls within specific district programs and operations, or areas that may have a heightened vulnerability to fraud, waste, abuse, or mismanagement. Regarding detection, the OIG's IU and MOFUKU conduct criminal and civil investigations of misconduct related to district programs and operations. The investigations unit work during the performance period focused on complex public corruption and financial fraud matters. The outcomes of IU's work resulted in criminal restitution, judicial orders, and fines totaling $358,000 and 6 criminal convictions. A significant investigative outcome was the guilty verdict of a former DCPS contract specialist for her role in a conspiracy to commit bribery and wire fraud that illegally steered lucrative DCPS business to local vendors while also agreeing to defraud DCPS by accepting significantly fewer quantities of supplies than had been ordered. According to court records, the former DCPS contract specialist and her co-conspirators defrauded DCPS by falsifying purchase orders and authorizing payments for inflated quantities of goods that were never delivered. In return for approving these fraudulent overpayments, she received kickbacks from local vendors. This past November, the former contract specialist was sentenced to 24 months imprisonment for her role in the conspiracy. The Medicaid Fraud Control Unit conducts criminal and civil investigations of alleged fraud committed against the district Medicaid program and allegations of abuse, neglect, and financial exploitation of individuals who reside in Medicaid-funded facilities or who receive Medicaid-covered services. Mafuku attorney advisors are designated as Special Assistant United States Attorneys who work with the United States Attorney Office, D.C. to prosecute Mafuku cases. The outcomes of Mafuku's work resulted in almost $300,000 in criminal and civil recoveries for the district and 6 criminal convictions. I'd like to highlight 2 investigations during the performance period that demonstrate the Mafuku's investigative and prosecutorial mission. Specifically, in September 2025, a home health aide was sentenced to 180 days in jail and probation for 1 year for the physical abuse of a vulnerable adult in his care. According to the government's evidence, the home health aide was caught on camera striking a victim who was bedridden and required 24-hour care. The Mafuku investigated the case, and our SASA, an OIG employee, successfully prosecuted the case in D.C. Superior Court. In June 2025, a physician was sentenced in U.S. District Court to 18 years in prison for illegally distributing prescriptions for narcotics in exchange for cash from his medical clinic. According to court records, the physician's conduct spanned at least 45 states and resulted in hundreds of thousands of units of oxycodone and promethazine with codeine prescribed nationwide. The OIG's Mafuku, along with our federal partners, began investigating after receiving information from law enforcement agencies nationwide regarding prescriptions from the doctor being connected to local drug trafficking networks. For additional insights into our past year's successes, I recommend reading the OIG's FY 2025 report on activities. In the first 4 months of FY 26, the OIG has continued to build on the successes I have shared today. As we consider our oversight work for the remainder of the fiscal year, I am keenly aware of the resource constraints that will impact the district's programs and operations. In this regard, we continue to promote actions to strengthen internal controls through our Recommendations and Internal Control Assessment Program, or ICAP. This year, subject to resource availability, we intend to leverage technology and contractor expertise to develop a system that will continually monitor organizational drift across the district, what I call the E3 Drift Early Warning System. By monitoring organizational drift, the OIG will help district agencies identify gradual, often unnoticed, divergence in activities and performance from statutory and regulatory mandates, as well as from internal policies, goals, processes, and procedures. The success of this endeavor will be the proactive identification of drift before it accumulates into a catastrophic event. I look forward to discussing this initiative and the required resources during the OIG's budget oversight hearing later this spring. In conclusion, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee, the OIG's oversight work has never been more important. Together, we must safeguard taxpayer dollars and maximize district resources. In advance of the Council's budget deliberations, I want to emphasize that even in an environment of declining resources, investing in the OIG is a net positive for the district, both in quantitative and qualitative value. During my tenure, our investigations have resulted in over $190 million in criminal and civil recoveries, and our reports have made over 1,100 recommendations, which, if implemented, could yield $337 million in benefits to district programs and operations through improved economy, efficiency, and effectiveness. Our successes during the performance period are due to the extraordinary dedication of the OIG staff and the unwavering support of the executive and the council. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the OIG's performance over the past year. I welcome your questions.
Thank you very much for this robust testimony today. I really appreciate it. I do have a few questions. And if you don't mind, let's start with your closing statement, where you say your investigations have resulted in 190 million in criminal and civil recoveries and over 1,100 recommendations. All of this, if implemented, could yield 337 million.
Yes, ma'am.
Could I please get a list of your recommendations?
You certainly can.
All right, and we will begin the work. As you know, this year we find ourselves, kind of slowly moving the dial, but barely. And so any information that can help us understand how, if we were to do things better, would be welcome, I would think. And if you want to on your list, if you can score it so you indicate where legislation is needed.
Okay,
That would be
certainly.
very helpful.
Yes, sir.
And I say, great, great job. Thank you very much for that. That's important. And we will be very much listening to what you have to say during the budget oversight hearing. I think that's important. You touched on a couple of things that we remain very curious about. In your let's see. Annually, you perform the audits. Annually, you create a section of recommendations that go to the agencies, things that they could do that would improve the outcomes for their agencies. You said 11 years you've been doing this. How frequently do you get feedback from the agencies that they will follow your recommendations?
I don't have a percentage, but the vast majority of agencies accept our recommendations. I would say in the ballpark of, 80%, and don't quote me on that, it's of agencies accept our recommendations and do their best to implement them. And there's another 20%, there's another 10% who may disagree with a recommendation, but implement what we say anyway. Then there's another 10% who disagree with our recommendations for various reasons. When we find ourselves in those situations, we go back and we review what we recommended to make sure, our findings are on solid footing. And if they are, the recommendations stand, and our expectation is for them to be implemented. But of course, we're just the fact finders. We're the bringers of news. We can't force anyone to implement a recommendation. All we can do is make our narrative compelling enough that they understand what the issue is and want to implement the recommendation.
Okay, you indicated that I'm looking at under the risk assessment and future planning. In your testimony, you said that the 456 complainants to an alternative avenue of redress. What does that mean? When you say alternative, how is that done?
Certainly.
These are your hotline complaints.
Yes,
Mhm.
yes. Oftentimes, people come to our hotline when they have no other recourse. For example, if something is happening in an agency where they're not getting a good response, they'll come to us, for help to figure out what they should do there. And typically what we do is we find a solution for them and make a recommendation that they should seek help elsewhere. Because the issue that they're bringing to us isn't in our purview.
So do you refer them to the office or the agency
Yeah.
that perhaps can help them?
Yes, ma'am. We make a
Okay.
specific referral to them to go to X agency to resolve a particular issue.
All right, so how is that different from the 49 that you complaints to district agencies? Your office works with the district agencies to
Right.
help in the resolution? Is that the difference?
So the difference is where we are helping someone find an alternative avenue of redress, we direct them where to go to get the support that they need. The other 49 that you're referring to is something um, within our purview or an agency's purview that we make that connection between our agency and their agency. So one, we're directing an individual to go seek help at a specific place. The other one is where we are making a specific connection to get something resolved.
All right, what would be an example of you helping a complaint and get something resolved through your agency?
Sure. We often get calls from individuals seeking help from what they believe is a federal IG. Okay. So because we're the DCIG, everybody thinks my office is the IG for everything inside the district. And sometimes we refer those to a specific IG. Sometimes we have an issue where an individual is having, some challenge with employment services, where they believe they're entitled to something and they're trying to work with DOES and not getting the help that they need. So we'll, tell them exactly where to go to seek that sort of redress.
And you mentioned, I think you mentioned DOES?
Yes.
Okay, all right, because usually we also can refer DC employees to OEA or to
Right.
PERB.
We do that as
Okay.
well. Yes.
Okay, so it's not that kind, but it's
Right.
more employment
Right.
type. Okay,
Right.
thank you. Of the 7 complaints referred to Bega, can you give me an example of what one of those might be?
I can tell you what they're all related to the ethics program. Since BEGA provides oversight of ethics in the district, if an individual comes to us and says, this particular person has got a second job and they didn't get
Gotcha.
approval for it, and what we would do is we would refer that to BEGA.
Okay, all right. I just want the public to understand their sort of like degrees of whatever in the way of requests that you get from the public. And so
Yeah.
you sort of segmented it accordingly.
Right. In a lot of instances, we become the gatekeeper for things that are going on in and around the district to make sure, the issue ends up in the right place and is addressed appropriately.
All right, thank you for that. You run a whistleblower hotline, and I want to note for anyone watching that this line is confidential. It's the 202-724-TIPS, TIPS. How much have you found that this hotline informs your risk assessment needs?
It's a critical tool for us. As I mentioned in my testimony, I think in 2025, we got 700, some odd contacts through that. And most of those contacts are not in our purview. But what they do for us is it gives us particular insight into how something is working or not. So a complaint may not be actionable by us, but the complaint itself serves as a data point. And sometimes when we collect a lot of data points in a specific area, it causes us to take some action.
So That's very interesting and very exciting too. I suppose it also informs as to areas of the government that you might look for unsettlement, I'll call it that. Maybe, not mismanagement, but it could be mismanagement. It could be wastefulness.
Right.
I'll say wastefulness.
And that's exactly how to look at it. It's important for us to not just hold ourselves out as auditors, inspectors, or investigators. It's also important for the public to understand the entirety of our job is to help the district be more economic, efficient, and effective. And you do that by paying attention to all the data points around you and discerning what they mean, and then communicating that to your stakeholders.
So, how do you follow up on what data points are telling you? Like, for instance, that I'll use the council as an example, that the council is wasting um, supply resources, and that we buy tons of copier paper and tons of pens. You know, how do what do you do with that?
Sure.
If all the points are saying, "Oh my goodness, there's a real problem here. Council's out of control. They're wasting three $3 million just on these little supplies."
Right. Using that as a hypothetical, I know you're not saying council's wasted $3 million or
Oh, no.
but using that
Hypothetical. Yes, yes.
using that as a hypothetical, our first inclination would be to understand precisely what the data points are telling us. And on its face, what you're describing is a process that is flawed, meaning that we're expending resources that we may not, where we probably shouldn't be expending at the rate we're expending them. So therefore, we would look at that as, you got something inefficient going on. We could do one of two things. We could go to the council's budget person and say, hey, look, this is what we're seeing in several data points. Can you explain this to us? And if we don't get a plausible explanation, we'll turn, our resources to look at exactly what's going on and then make recommendations to address that issue. And of course, we do this with any data point pointed at any agency within the district.
So you're telling me you do not discriminate.
Absolutely.
We all are just boats on the ocean.
There you go.
And okay, all right. And a wave is a wave.
Right.
All right.
Because we're all one government. So
Yes, yes, I appreciate that. When a criminal investigation is initiated in coordination with the U.S. Attorney's Office, what role does your office play in the investigation and the prosecution?
sure. At that, there's a two-pronged answer to that. First, my agency is the investigative body. We will begin an investigation where we see indicia of some law breaking. And as we proceed down that road, if we do in fact believe a crime has been committed, then we bring the U.S. Attorney in. And sometimes we work these investigations in collaboration with our federal partners, federal IGs, and so on and so forth. Now, that's just investigating, in the general investigations lane, if you will. That's your general fraud and things like that. But on the Medicaid side, not only do they conduct the investigation, but they also have special prosecutors that prosecute the cases themselves in support of the U.S. Attorney's Office.
We have had a few high profile cases of fraud, misappropriation or mismanagement of dollars spent. Um, and they have gone on to the U.S. Attorney's Office and are in the system. Did your office have any investigative responsibilities for those?
I would say that if it's a case related to a district program or operation, there's a 98, 99% chance that we were at least one of the investigative agencies, if not the lead.
Thank you.
We pride ourselves, on that. If it's happening in the district, we're involved.
Yes, it is or was or happening in the district. I just wanted to have clarity to make it clear that that is your bailiwick.
Yes.
Thank you very much. In addition to your hotline, the DC Auditor maintains an accountability hotline. So do you work with the DC Auditor to determine if their hotline is capturing potential areas that need to be investigated?
Sure, we don't direct the auditor what to do with their particular hotline, but we do enjoy a great working relationship with the auditor. She routinely refers things to our office that are within our purview.
Right.
And vice versa. If we have information that, that's in her purview, we'll refer that to her.
Occasionally, a request may come directly from the mayor to audit a matter. When this occurs, do you need to reprioritize projects to meet different and difficult deadlines?
The short answer is yes. All of our resources are engaged in the performance of some OIG mission. If something else comes down the line, that's a higher priority, we will shift resources to address that issue.
All right, I'm thinking about one in particular, the inspection of the MPD system for classifying and reporting crime data in January.
Yes, in that particular instance, we did get a request from the mayor to look at that particular issue. As you know, several other entities had already, explored what was going on there. And so what I reported back to the mayor is it's not a good use of resources for me to retread the same ground that they've already tread. And so what we elected to do was something that had not been done, which was examine the program itself to make sure there was integrity in collecting, classifying, and reporting that information. And that's what we have endeavored to do. So we did, in fact, shift resources, a multidisciplinary team, to be able to get through that work as quickly as possible.
All right. I was just thinking and wondering if this would be an appropriate request to your office, and that is to look at the quantity and quality, the status of the pipes with that handle sewage and water in and around that ultimately end up at Blue Plains. Would that be something that you could undertake? I know usually it's more criminal in nature, just trying to distinguish what is the breadth of your agency for investigations.
So let me start with the breadth of the agency.
Okay.
Any program or operation in district government is under my purview. And we use different tools in order to address a particular situation. And what you're describing is something that we may use our audit and inspection team for. That is to examine a particular process to make sure it's being done correctly, or if there are things we can recommend to improve a particular process.
And I mentioned that because during the briefing that we received from DC Water, it was pointed out that the agency is aware that some of the piping is very old, 60 years or older, and that it therefore would need replacement. And so establishing a schedule for replacement was in play. And it just seems to me, um, given the extreme costs that we're bearing now, or that is before us for the break, that we might want to look at all of their pipes and see where we are. And I just wondered if that's something that you would undertake.
It's it's something that we might
Okay.
engage in because we don't have, you know, subject matter expertise in engineering in that regard. We may be helpful in terms of assessing um, DC Water's approach to pipe replacement. That may be helpful. And you may recall a few years back we did some work on lead pipes
Yes. Yes.
in the district. And that was some useful work, you know, that we had done, and the district decided to, you know, make some investments, you know, to replace, you know, those old lead pipes. And we could do something similar with DC Water, being careful not to step too far in DC Water's lane, because it is their responsibility to have a plan for, you know, pipe replacement that's under their purview.
All right. And I too remember you said the whole DC. Okay.
That's right.
All right. So that's where it was coming from. And that's why I tried to find a very difficult example to get some feedback on. How frequently does your office investigate reports of expenditure irregularities at DC agencies?
How often? Whenever, whenever we get information that suggests, you know, there's some irregularities that rises to the level of us using our resources. Sometimes, you know, we'll turn those kinds of issues back to the agency and ask them to, you know, address specific questions. But you know, sometimes we'll keep those if the scope of the issue is large enough for us to dedicate those resources to. But anytime, you know, something crosses the OIG's desk related to, you know, spending, misspending, misappropriation, we take that seriously and address it one way or another.
All right. Thank you for that. You note that personal in your responses, you noted that personnel turnover at DC agencies can impact project deadline. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Sure. I mean, and this was pretty acute when we were doing the inspection of DCPS's adherence to the PPRA in terms of reporting contracts that are over $1 million to council for approval before they execute them. And one of the things that we learned was in their contracting and procurement office, there was a high degree of turnover. So there wasn't very much institutional knowledge coupled with, you know, processes and procedures that weren't present or detailed enough for new people to come in and execute those provisions of the PPRA as required by council. So that's one example where when you have that high degree of turnover and you don't have institutional knowledge, or you don't have good policies and procedures in place, you end up with mismanaged processes, if you will.
So as Inspector General, is it your thought that we should have in place a protocol that would manage that concern? And that is, we know that staff comes and goes. We know that operations at an agency vary to some degree, but there's some basics that expectations of an office, of an agency. Should there be a requirement that every agency have a standard protocol for handling dollars, expending dollars as it relates to the size of contracts or the size of agreements that they are implementing, as to what the resources can be expended for?
And I would say, generally speaking, and this isn't just for contracting and procurement, one of your first lines of defense in having an effective program is to, one, understand what the intent of your program, two, having good policies and procedures so you can mitigate challenges, when you have that turnover. People can come in, pick up the policies and procedures and understand what they're supposed to be doing. Then on top of that, you need to have a good training program. It's not enough just to have policies and procedures in place. You need to train your staff on those policies and procedures. And then finally, you want to have some oversight of yourself, right? You want to periodically examine your policies and procedures and adherence to them to make sure they are functioning as intended. That's the whole purpose of internal controls, right? To make sure you're appropriately spending money, to make sure you're going to meet your mission, to make sure no one's stealing from the district government. That's fundamental to agency operation, to program operations, anywhere you go in government.
And I hear you loud and clear. And what I'm really asking, should one expect that within a government, that the agencies that are responsible for implementing services, programs, processes, that they, one, have a mission statement, that they have policies and procedures and training, as you said, as it relates to those the services they provide, as it relates to their expenditures. And then you're adding this piece of oversight. How do they review what they do? Is that sort of like what we do today through the performance? I think it's called the performance. What is it? The list of, I see it, I just can't remember the name of it.
Yeah,
But it's,
performance planning with the OCA.
that's correct, yes, with the
Yeah.
Office of the City Administrator, yeah.
Yeah, that's part of the mechanism. But separate and apart from that, if you are operating a program, if you're running an agency, the answer is yes. You need to have policies and procedures in place that firmly align with district regulations. So district regulations tell you, what's expected, and from there, you need to operationalize those regulations with policies and procedures.
So, Mr. Inspector General, in your annual planning with the agencies, is it possible, is it likely that you will make sure that that process exists with all of our agencies? And I think this year is very important that we do that because, well, we're going to have a changing of the guard, so to speak. And I think it's also important because we have a federal government that has pointed out that we are a federal entity. And so we want to make sure that we have all of our pieces together.
And so what I would say, Chairperson Bonds, is everyone listening, that's an earshot of my voice. If you have the responsibility for a program or an agency, it is incumbent upon you to make sure you have the pieces in place. My job is to help provide some reasonable assurance that these things are happening. My resources are finite and the district is very large and we move a lot of money through it. So what we try and do is figure out where are the highest risks to fraud, waste, abuse, and mismanagement. And that's where we direct, our attention, focusing on making sure there's policies and procedures in place. People are following those policies and procedures.
And I agree that that is inspector's responsibility. But I'm also thinking that since you have the ability to call together the agencies on an annual basis, that this would be a great opportunity
Yeah,
we don't want to miss.
Yeah, and one of the things that we have in place right now is the Internal Control Assessment Program. It's a proactive process where we ask agencies to invite us in on a collaborative basis to examine any part of their agency, even the entire agency. And what they do is they get feedback from us, in terms of the maturity levels of their particular function and where they should devote their time and energy to improve. That's available to any agency. As a matter of fact, we just had a successful ICAP with OANC. They were thrilled with the process, a little nervous going in, here comes the OIG, um, into our agency. But what they quickly learned is we were in fact there to help. And it was a very, very successful engagement.
I understand. I hear you. I made a note. Prefers to be invited by an agency as opposed to saying, listen up, this is how we're going to do it this year. I understand.
Yeah.
And I do.
There's more opportunity for us to do that. And as I mentioned in my testimony, one of the things that I've learned, in this job over the last 11 plus years is that the ways in which we OIG, I just made that up, OIG is
okay.
The way we do that business, we may have to do something different. And this is something you and I have conversations about every year, about the efficiency of, our processes. A lot of times, we can't control some of the variables, so our processes get longer and longer in the tooth. And then by the time we deliver, an output, maybe an issue, has been long past.
Yes.
Or, so on and so forth. And so what we're contemplating, here in DC OIG is another way, to be Inspector General. That is, pay attention to the incremental drift, what we call, from center line. What we mean by that is an agency is there to do something very specific. So rather than wait for something bad to happen, we just monitor incremental changes, incremental drift from what folks are starting to from work from what folks are supposed to be doing. And we begin to just send quick hit notes. Hey, we've noted this about this particular program. Here's our recommendation. As opposed to waiting for a lot of issues to pile up and then decide, well, we have to do this audit now. It's going to take 6 months, 8 months, a year, 2 years to get through a process. When we do it this way, we can avert bad things from happening. Programs, breaking down, people stealing money, not delivering, to the residents as expected. So we're looking at this as another way, to do IG for the city. It'll make us a lot more nimble, and it will allow us to engage with different district agencies more often than we do now.
All right, and what you have described is Magna Carta. You have said that um, your responsibility is to work with an agency, monitor an agency as you see things that would lead you to be concerned, to have conversations with them. Now, how many agencies do we have in this government? That's huge.
It is.
And so you're telling me today you need 20 more staffers, right?
No, no, mm-mm. Not 20,
Okay.
maybe 2 or 3.
Uh-huh.
And the
We're
infrastructure.
coming to that.
Yeah,
Okay.
and the infrastructure to do that. That's our E3 drift early warning system. For the district, what it will do is it'll constantly inform stakeholders where problems exist in an agency where they can quickly address it, rather than having some catastrophic failure of some sort in a program or agency.
Well, as you have spoken today, I've been convinced that is probably a good system. I just wanted to get to the point, not to ask you about your enhancements, okay, but to get to a point of understanding what the real need is in order for us to do what we should be doing to safeguard our government.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, and we've had productive conversations, with EOM, most specifically, the city administrator. He sees it as you do.
okay.
That's a much better way to OIG as opposed to, having, and this is not to say we're going to stop doing audits,
Yes.
inspections, and investigations. We're going to continue that,
Yeah.
but it will be enhanced with this particular process.
Okay. All right. You have made the case with me.
Mm.
See, that was easier than you thought. Has the environment related to contracting changed in the past 5 years?
Has it changed in the last 5 years? I would say that there has been incremental improvement, but the challenge in that area is when you have such a decentralized, system, and you have agencies operating, on different rules, it's extremely difficult, to maintain some sort of standard, but the basic standards, still apply. So, for me, yes, there have been incremental improvement in that area. We've focused a lot of time and attention over the last 5 years on district procurement. But we keep coming up, with some of the, same, issues, documentation not there, no explanation, of some decisions for, procurement. That's always going to be there. But as long as you have such a decentralized, procurement system, it's going to be a challenge to wrap your arms around where all the issues are. But we try our best.
So your thinking is that because we have contracts and procurement pretty much one lump location, that is a
No.
okay, help
No,
me
what I
then.
mean is you have some agencies under the procurement authority of the CPO, some not, some partially, and so on and so forth. If the district had one standard that everyone conformed to, and rarely have entities, operating independently, you could have I think, a procurement system that is easier to oversee and can be more effective across the board because everyone will be operating on the same processes and procedures.
Thank you for that. I certainly shared that opinion with you. I also believe that likewise, our personnel should be a more uniform. We ran into a situation where we were trying to determine the utilization of certain types of leave and the frequency. You know, everything is done with data now, everything. And discovered, well, that agency is not in our system. That agency's not in our system. Big agencies. So where do we get the information? How do we develop the statistics?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great
And
point.
it's just, yeah. But ultimately, we all go through the Department of Human Resources to exit the system. So, you know, we're working on that. We may need a little help from you on
Yeah, I mean,
things.
with the advent of, information systems, it makes the job easier.
It
When
does.
when the district constructed, these systems, there wasn't such a robust IT infrastructure, in play. Now everything is available. So for me, it's probably time to reevaluate that.
Yeah.
How can we leverage economies of scale, if you will? The best way to do that is to have good data available in one place.
Right. And all of our data is in the cloud anyway. We know that. It was easily apprehended a few months ago, year ago.
Yeah.
So it's all there.
Yeah.
No more privacy. And we're but a number.
Mhm. There, you just have to have, the best IT controls that you possibly can and recognize the importance of that security.
You identified 11 high-risk areas in DC. And one of them, number one, of course, is what we've been discussing, the district contracting procedures. You also said information technology procurement, district cybersecurity practices, Medicaid improper payments, district entitlement programs, district rental and housing programs, DCHA, again, the Housing Authority, activities to support affordable housing, efforts to respond to and prevent drug misuse, district real property and lease administration, gun violence prevention programs and grants, and human capital management. That's the entire government.
It is. And many of those on the high risk list are born of our work or work that we see coming, out of the federal government experiencing some of the same challenges that we do. And also those programs that transact a lot of district resources makes them vulnerable, particularly when they don't have good internal controls, makes them vulnerable for fraud. That's why we wanted to highlight these programs. We wanted to put them in front of district agencies so they know that, our past work is raising the alarm on this particular program. You may want to take a closer look at what you're doing.
Okay. We want to come back to you on these, have some thoughts.
Sure.
And what have you.
Did you want to?
When we think about the annual comprehensive financial report, um, how do you evaluate the contractor's performance?
In process, we have very, very high expectations for our ACFR contractor because we want to make sure we deliver that product on time. and when and where we see issues that are going to corrupt that, we address that in the moment. In addition to, after every year's ACFR, the team gets together and evaluate not only the contractor's performance, but also our performance and the district's performance in performing that audit. From there, we retool our processes. We give very specific direction, to our contractor, and we also communicate where we see issues from district agencies. We loop that back, to the city administrator, to address. That's one of the most important things that we do every year. And so we make sure that everything is in lockstep to deliver that product on time.
Okay. You say in addition to the general fund, the ACFR must include specific component and organizational units. Are there any funds or programs that should be added or removed from the audit list? And if I'm not mistaken, you included Health Benefit Exchange Authority, Washington Convention and Sports Authority, Events DC, Green Finance Authority, Housing Finance Agency, UDC, Tobacco Settlement Financing Corporation, Not-for-Profit Hospital Corporation, HPAP, Housing Finance Agency, Unemployment Compensation Trust Fund. What does all of that mean? Yes.
I'm gonna let our principal deputy
All right.
handle.
So for the ACFR audit, a lot of it is determined by what the OCFO is judged in terms of how the government's accounting system is set up. And a lot of things that you mentioned are what they call discretely presented units that are part of the district's overall piggy bank, if you will. But because they're so big, there's, certain elements that have to be satisfied. They have to be presented in a certain way. And so for our auditors to render an opinion on the entirety of the district's ACFR each year, they have to look at these underlying entities, units, programs, et cetera, in order to form their opinion.
Huge list, robust list too. Thank you. Which agencies are currently exempt from the Procurement Practice Reform Act and OCP?
That's a long list that we don't have in front of us.
Okay.
We'll be happy to.
Would you please?
Yeah.
And I'd like to have an opportunity to let's meet so that we can go through some of these
Sure.
and reach a better understanding as we move into budget season.
Yes, as a matter of fact, we just started our triennial procurement risk assessment. And so we can, talk to you about that as well.
Thank you. And I'll wait and get your answer on this when we meet. Are there particular agencies that should be added due to risk or reports of fraud?
Sure.
Yes, thank you. Under housing, it says that housing is also a significant risk in DC. Can you discuss rental and housing programs and specific risks associated with these programs?
Not in great detail at the moment. However, we are wrapping up a housing coordination audit. And the goal with that particular audit was to see how well all the entities that are supporting or providing housing to the district residents are working well together to make that process efficient and effective. So I believe we're coming to the end of that particular project, and we may even have some findings, we could share with you when we meet.
That would be great. This is an area, as you well know, of concern for me. Just wondering, with all of the billions of dollars that we utilize, I mean, it will never be enough. I understand that, because the need is so great. And the understanding from the public is that, well, the government has a responsibility to make sure that its residents are in safe, sanitary, environment. So we have that as an additional concern. So we just wondered, but we don't, as a government, usually build the housing.
Right.
We don't lease the housing. It's all in the private sector. But there are questions about what should we be doing, and what more so should and can we do to help people realize ownership, because ownership helps to create additional resources for the running of the government through the property taxes.
Right.
So is this circular system really paying off for our community is the big question. And I believe you indicated that you were finishing an evaluation on gun violence prevention.
Yeah, we completed work on gun violence prevention and mitigation in public schools. And now we've turned our attention to how the district's grants are making an impact on gun violence prevention in the district. And that work is ongoing.
So, on an average, how long does it take to do these kinds of studies? And how many personnel work on one study at a time?
Sure. On average, that's a good question. On average, I would say the average is a year. And of course, what dictates that is the complexity of the particular engagement, the resources, we apportion to it. Last year, what we endeavored to do is narrow the scope of our engagements, of our audits and inspections, to try to get through them more quickly. Because what we learned about ourselves is that, our scope and our engagement they were just too broad in order to get through it quickly with the amount of resources that we had. And so what we've endeavored to do now is narrow the scope. So in our FY26 audit and inspection plan, the scopes of all those engagements have been narrowed, so we can quickly get through them and deliver reports to our stakeholders.
And so, approximately how many staffers are working on one report? 2, 3, 1?
Sometimes it's 1, sometimes it's up to 3 with supervision.
So, if you had the opportunity for the colleges in the district, universities, to lend a class or to lend a portion of a class to devote to a subject matter under the leadership of your team, of course, do you think we could get through in 90 days?
No, no. And it's only because students don't have the experience that they need in order to quickly do something. Students coming out of college, they have to learn, for example, the yellow book on how to conduct an audit. The same holds true, with our inspections. It requires a great deal of experience and supervision to do that kind of work, which is why, we rarely bring on interns and things like that to support in that work because they just simply don't have the experience. Now, that's not to say we won't, bring on interns and things like that to give them the experience, but you can't just throw a bunch of people at a particular process that they're not familiar with and expect fast results.
I was thinking, it would, well, we'll talk. I was
Sure.
thinking more about, a specific type of class, that's already on the journey
Mhm.
of doing research.
Right. And I fully, appreciate that.
Public
Eve-
policy,
right.
something like
Even with that,
Yeah.
they still have to come in and learn, the procedures, learn the standards that we operate by, as prescribed, by the councils of inspectors general, the GAO, AIG. We have all of these professional standards that we have to maintain, in addition to specific training, that our staff have to maintain on an annual basis in order for us to say a particular product is meeting a particular professional standard.
All right. Well, that's good to know.
But we can talk, more about
Yes,
that.
yes.
See if there is a
Because I don't think I can come up with 20 positions, but I have an idea.
Okay.
And with your help, we might be able to come up with
Sure.
4 or 5.
I'm open. I'm
Okay.
open to any additional
All
resources.
right. And that would help us to have results of reports a little faster so that, that's it has to be one of the goals
Mm.
so that we can implement the necessary changes, much faster.
Yeah, I mean, and we've done a lot of work in this area. As I mentioned, earlier, narrowing the scope, of our engagements. And one of the other things that we've implemented is to transmit to agencies, notifying notices of findings and recommendations, NFRs. And what that does for us, rather than waiting to the end, of the engagement to produce a draft report, what we're doing now is when we have a particular, what we believe to be a finding is, we'll reduce that to writing, we'll communicate that to the agency and let them, review it, far ahead of the publication of any report. So by the time we get to report, writing time, all of that stuff has been vetted. We already know where the agency stands on a particular issue. So that should also help us be more efficient in our
Well,
work.
great. I'd like to explore that more so we can, move the ball,
Sure.
a little faster.
Okay.
All right. We don't want the DC OIG to be considered this, fuddy-duddy placement over in the corner that's studying forever and not
Yeah.
really getting back to agencies. I'm so happy that you shared that with the agency so they know
Mhm.
that, you can get the findings to them rather quickly.
Right. And not only are we getting the findings to them, more quickly, they can now act on the things that we're finding,
Correct.
long before, anyone receives a final report.
Right. Okay, and make the corrections
Right.
so that when they can report out. And we're working on that finding, blah, blah,
Mhm.
blah, blah.
Right. Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Well, we have spent considerable time with you and we thank you and your team very, very much. In fact, thank you again. And thanks to everyone for their contributions to today's performance oversight hearing. We've heard from agencies that execute vital roles in the district government in everything from economic development to improving procedures and ensuring good management practices. If the public has any additional thoughts or would like to submit written testimony regarding the performance of these agencies, please upload it to the hearing management system at dccouncil.gov or email it to dccouncil.gov, and that's CEAL. The hearing record will close on March 16th at 5 p.m. And I hope that everyone who is interested will submit written testimony so that it can be entered into the public record. The next performance oversight hearing will be on Thursday. And this will be the committee's final oversight hearing, yay, as scheduled, when we will hear from the Office of the City Administrator, Board of Elections, and the Office of Campaign Finance. With that, this concludes today's hearing. The time is now 3:30 p.m. on Monday, March 2nd, 2026, and the meeting is adjourned. Again, thank you very much. Thank you.